The Cool Hits Sports Network and Cool TV proudly present the 2022 Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament live from Hidden Cove Golf Course. Today's coverage is brought to you in part by Clark's Pump and Shop, River Cities Builders, A&A Porta Potty, Kentucky Farmers Bank, Stoltz Pharmacy and McDonald Pharmacy, First and People's Bank, Ashland Community and Technical College, Primary Plus Healthcare, Pure Country Automotive, Smithfield Foods, Border Sporting Goods, Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk, Pat Hedrick for Boyd County Attorney, Healthy Way Pharmacy, Leith Clark Wealth Management Systems, and Wagner Rental and Supply. Now let's go to the course for live coverage of the Boys 2022 12th Region Golf Championship live from Hidden Cove Golf Course on the Cool Hits Sports Network and Cool TV.
And welcome to our coverage of the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament here at Hidden Cove Golf Course, just outside of Grayson, Kentucky. I'm Jim Forrest, along with James Collier, and we're pleased to have with us Leith Clark for our coverage, at least for a while. And Leith, it's good to see you, and thanks for coming along.
Thanks for having me. It's we've got great weather. It's overcast, but very good temperature, and looks like these gentlemen and have good conditions to play in. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, they got started a little bit after 9 o'clock on a shotgun start, which means everybody's starting on different holes, just to speed play along instead of everybody having to start at 1 and try to get through with as many teams as you got. You'll be here all day.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be long because, you know, when it comes to regional tournament play, you got to walk most of the time. They let them ride on some of the holes that the tee box is far away and up a hill or something, but for the most part they got to walk, so it still takes a while. And we're going to try to bring you some coverage from different holes this morning and talk with some different people, and of course keep you up to date with the scoring the best we can do, because they don't have a live scoring system set up, but we'll try to get some scores for you to pass along so we can see who's doing what. You and I were talking a little while ago, though. You played in this tournament years ago.
I did, yeah, sure.
And won it.
Fortunate enough to win it in 1981 and at Paintsville Country Club, and then was runner-up my senior year with a better score actually. But Boyd County High School, and we got to go as a team to the state tournament in 1982, which was Roger Zorns was our golf coach as well as our basketball coach.
Right. So let's talk about how the region is set up, because it's team play, but it's also individual play.
Yes.
So you have an individual winner, but you have a team winner.
Yes.
And then you have up to so many players that get to go other than the winner itself, right?
Correct, yeah. I'm not sure what the numbers exactly are, but we'll have team winners, as you say, and then if individuals are not on those teams that won and have shot a good enough score, then they'll qualify to go play in the state tournament as well.
Yeah, I think it's 5 players per team on the team that gets to go, and then I think up to 5 additional players if the winner's not on that team. I think there's 10 total.
Yeah. They
get to go to the state competition. That's what this is all about, and that's why you have to really abide by the rules and do many things a little bit different than your normal tournaments that you might play during the year.
Yes, yeah, it's as you can imagine, there's a lot of pressure today on these young folks, and how they handle that is going to determine how well they do and how they manage the course. You're
going to see some shots, and you're probably seeing them right now from some different holes that we have for you. We have, of course, 18. We also have 9. We have the tee box on 17, the tee box on 10, and we also have we have another shot, I think, of another hole. So we've got about 4 or 5 holes that you're going to be seeing different shots coming in, whether it be a tee shot or on the green. And as we get into the day and these teams start coming around, we'll give you some updated scores and be able to tell you a little bit about you know, how it's going to finish up coming down the end, because sometimes it can be very, very close, and sometimes it's one team runs away with it or one individual runs away with it.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the setup you guys have here. Very professional. You and your team, and James and MJ have done a great job. We've got some terrific coverage, and it's you guys are high tech.
Well, let's talk about Hidden Cove Golf Course. You've played it. I've played it several times. It is a really nice golf course on state property at a state park, but run very well by Steve Kennedy, who's been here for many years now as the pro, and they just keep it in really good shape. And it's really a pretty tough golf course.
I agree. It's a course that if you're familiar with, that you know where not to be, and which is important in golf.
Yes.
And taking out one side of the golf course is really a good strategy. But this course, it looks like it's in great shape. If it has a primary and a secondary cut of rough, but outside of that, you're pretty much in the trees or in the bushes. So you're going to have to keep it between the ditches, as they say.
Yeah, it's one of those golf courses that when you first come here and play it, you realize right off the bat, a lot of the fairways are tree lined, and you better keep it in the fairway or just out of the fairway, or you're going to be knocking it out of the woods. And I've done that many a times myself here.
Me too.
And it's a tough golf course. Visually, when you look at it from a tee box on some of these holes, it can be pretty frightening, because you know if you don't put it out there, you're going to be in trouble.
Yes, it's a lovely piece of property, and each hole is defined very well. Most holes don't run alongside of another hole, just here and there maybe, but so you get a really good feeling that you're on a nice course, and that you better have your game with you today if you're going to win this thing.
Weather-wise, like you mentioned just a moment ago, we really couldn't be more blessed, because it's overcast. Could be a pop-up shower later today, they say. I think it's only like a 20% chance. But the thing that the overcast did, there was no fog this morning, so they were able to get off, basically on time. They were maybe a few minutes late getting off, but not much, and that's just because they were out cutting the greens and finishing up, getting the course ready. But it looks like it's in excellent condition. We're watching 18. We're above 18. You're all watching right now, I think,
9,
coming in on number 9. Yeah. But we're over 18 right now, and we've been watching some people putt and chip, and greens seem to be fairly not real fast, but they're not slow by any means.
I agree. If you get on the wrong side of the hole, you just have to watch your speed. Got a young man coming up here getting ready to hit on 9. And he's put it in a great place in the fairway. So let's see how he can do on his approach. Oh, very nice. I think he's on there.
Yeah, I think so. Might have went past it just a little bit.
Yeah.
When you talk about some of these holes, going back to some of the holes, probably the hole that I think about when I think about this golf course is, I think 17 is a tough hole, just because you're coming out of a little bit of a chute. You've got fairway bunkers. And then I think, is it 16 that comes down by the road?
I believe that's 16. The
long par 5
yes.
that comes down by the road, coming in the entryway, is such a tough hole, because you can get in trouble on the left with some sand traps that are down the left.
Yes.
And then you can get in trouble because you can put it out of bounds on the right.
Correct.
Because of the road.
Yeah, and you take into account those two things, and just the length of the hole.
Yes.
Very few players, if they have the tees back at all, are going to be able to reach that par 5 in 2. So it's not your typical par 5 where you get up to the tee and you're thinking, got to make birdie here. Par's a good score there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there are probably some players, some of the elite players in the region, that can probably birdie that hole. But like you said, you got to be thinking par on that hole, because you can get in trouble so many ways. Even as your second shot coming in, if you're trying to reach the green in 2, you got that little wooded area off to the right that you can get in trouble in if you hit it short, and then that just knocks you completely out of it, maybe even getting a par. So it becomes a very difficult hole, and I think par is a good score there.
Yes, the green is so big on that hole. that you can, even after you reach the green, you could have a 60, 80 footer for your putt. So it is a tough hole. The par threes out here are very challenging.
Yes, they are.
They have typically at least 2 tiers, and the tiers, the slopes are fairly severe. So, and on a lot of the par fours, you'll have 2 tiers as well. So the designer of this course was very aware of the fact that they wanted to have different levels of putting on the putting surface, and they've done a good job with that. But you better get the ball on the right tier coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, because the putts are going to be very tough. If you got to come uphill, if you're on the wrong tier, then you got to give it enough speed. But if you're going downhill, you got to be very, very careful. I think this is back on 9 again. Is this it?
I believe so.
And
he's got a nice chip up there at about 4 feet, looks like maybe.
Mm-hmm. And of course, let's talk about the teams that are in this. You've got Mason County, Russell, Fleming County, Rowland County, Morgan County, Boyd County, Lewis County, Elliott County, East Carter, Maysville, St. Patrick, Montgomery County, West Carter, Greenup County, Rose Hill, Raceland, Ashland, Fairview. So that's the 12th region. Golf is different as soccer is, and some of these other sports are a little bit different than the typical 16th region basketball or what you might think of as football, still 16th region teams, although they're in classes. When it comes to golf and some of these others, it's a little bit different.
Yes, it is. Golf is just a little bit different all on its own. And because you're out here playing your own ball, if you shoot the score, you get a play, which is nice. But at the same time, you've got a team to worry about, and you want to do the best for your teammates.
Let's talk about that, because you've been in it, and because you're trying to get your team to the state tournament.
Exactly.
So each player, and of course, let's talk about how high school golf is set up. You've got 5 players, mm-hmm. and they're typically your best down. And really, when you get to team play like this, you need that 4th or 5th player to play a really good round.
You bet. And you'll see that a lot, professionally in the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup, on how much the team aspect means to the game. And it's you'll see the players who have finished come back and be rooting on their teammates. We had to qualify for each tournament, which kind of gave us a seed within our team and who was going to be the number 1, 2, and 3 player. So you know on your team who the anchors are, so to speak, and the guys that are really going to need some encouragement, some help out there, and stay positive.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and talk a little bit more about the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament as you see some shots of what's going on out on the course, and we'll start getting some scoring updates for you and be able to identify some of the teams as they come through, especially 18 and 9. We'll be able to do that for you too. So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. You're watching the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson here on Cool TV.
Uncle Rick, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stay cooler in my man cave.
Well, this is a beer cave, and you can't stay in this cooler forever. But Clark's Pub & Shop can get you through the dog days of summer.
Whether it's fountain drinks at the lowest price or you're filling up the cooler for the family and friends, Clark's has the widest selection, the best prices, and the most helpful staff you'll find anywhere.
Beat the heat at Clark's Pub & Shop.
Return, refresh, refuel.
Are you having trouble keeping your parking lot lit? Is customer safety one of your top priorities? If so, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We have bucket truck and boom crane truck services. We have extensive experience in exterior lighting and parking lot lighting maintenance. No need to ever be in the dark again. Remember, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We will light your path to success.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Hello, I'm Michael Bowling, Senior Vice President of Kentucky Farmers Bank. When you do business with Kentucky Farmers Bank, you're making an investment in your community. Your money stays local, we never sell your loan, and in turn, we invest in local families, churches, schools, and charities. We believe in our community, and that's why we are the better bank for loans.
Kentucky Farmers Bank, the better bank for loans since 1931. Located in Ashland, Summit, and Catlettsburg. KentuckyFarmersBank.com, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament at Hidden Cove Golf Course. I'm Jim Forrest along with Leif Clark, James Collier, and a cast of thousands here on Cool TV. We're watching the number 1 hole right now. Teeing off, we just saw
Van Hoos.
Blair and Shope, and I think this is Van Hoos of Rose Hill, I think.
Got a nice setup there, lined up to hit a draw. Looks like he did just that, and looks like he's in good shape to start off number 1.
Yeah, seemed pretty happy with it. Usually you can tell when golfers pick up their tee pretty fast, they pretty much know they hit a good shot.
Golfers have their tells, that's for sure. So we're not very good at hiding our emotions sometimes, but you'll know the pros and even the pros. Nice putt there on 18 that we watched come up. Must have been a 20-footer.
Let's switch to 18 right now, and I think we've got Shelton, Stevens, and Blevins, and I think that must have been Blevins of Greenup County, or might have been Shelton of Maysville St. Patrick. Can't tell.
Has a green shirt on.
Yeah.
So.
Maysville St. Patrick, and it's only 2 golfers.
Gotcha.
On that hole, so I don't know who's not there.
Well, he certainly made a nice putt.
But that was a really nice putt because he had to come uphill and had a little left to right break on it.
Yeah, he was on the wrong tier for sure, putting uphill and with some brake on it, and just put the old Drano on that one.
Sure did. Course, like we've talked about, is in really good condition, and you're going to see some people have to make some putts, not just be able to just roll it and hope that it goes in. They're going to have to make some putts. There's some break on these greens, and sometimes it's pretty subtle breaks too.
It is. That's where reading greens. Some players have a wonderful putting stroke, but can't struggle with reading the greens sometimes. That comes with a lot of years, typically, or a good caddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're going to have to really concentrate to make a lot of putts out here today.
Yeah. I think we're on number 9 again.
Yeah, and then coming out of the fairway, it looks like.
Wellman, Phillips, and Adams, maybe.
Little bit at impact, and it's going to put that side spin on it, which when it hits the air is what's going to make it fade, and just the opposite for a draw. So it's the physics of the game, understanding those things rather than just hitting a shot and saying, "Wonder why it did that." That's what these young folks are going to learn.
Yeah, absolutely, and they learn it from an early age now if they're really serious about golf, how to hit different shots. As you see the really good amateurs, talking about when they're in college, playing college golf and getting high ranking in the amateurs, they've learned how to hit the fade, the draw. They've learned flop shot, and how to chip and bump and run, when to hit it high, when to keep it low. All of these things go into being a very good golfer. It's not just going out and whacking at a ball and, like you said, hoping that it goes somewhere close to where you're trying to hit it. There's different ways that you try to hit the golf ball that's going to put you in better shape.
Yeah, and you play to your strengths. So, you know, if your driver is your strong club, then if your driver's going well that day, you're probably going to play better. If you're a short hitter and you've got a really good short game, then you just don't try to chase distance. You're just going to depend on your wedge and your putter to get the job done that day.
And people have been successful doing it either way, right?
Both. I mean, look at Zach Johnson, a little fella on the Pro Tour, and certainly probably in the bottom third of distance off the tee. But whenever he is 120 yards and in, he's just throwing darts at the flag, and an excellent putter as well. So there's all different kinds of ways to excel at golf, and you just have to figure what yours is.
And you know, we can get into a lot more too about how to hit different shots. And what I mean by that is, you know, how high do you want the ball to go, or do you want to keep it low?
Yes.
When you're playing in with a lot of wind, not with a lot. You hear them talk about that on TV a lot, but the golf ball is really affected by a lot of things.
Oh gosh, yes, and even air density, wind, you know, what the humidity is outside, temperature, lots of different things go into that, and the really good golfers have that figured into their shots. As far as trying to control the height on your golf ball, it's so important, especially when you've missed the fairway and you've got to knock it under a branch. And I see so many high handicappers just grab that wedge out or that 9-iron out when they should be hitting a 4 or 5-iron to make sure that they don't turn one bad shot into another and get it underneath that branch, not get up into it. Or sometimes you might have a little gap where you can go through somewhere, and you need to know how you visualize and stand behind your ball and say, what club will send that ball right there where I'm looking? And that just comes from a lot of years of playing and being able to control your golf ball.
Another thing that really goes into being a good golfer is practice. And the reason you need to practice, well, there's several reasons, but one is you need to know how far you can hit individual clubs. That's why you have many different clubs in your bag, and you need to know the distance you can hit. And the only way you're going to know that is to practice.
You bet, you bet. And, you know, golf is a game of imperfections. So you're not going to hit every shot right on the button and hit it to your ideal yardage each time. So Hal Sutton gave some good advice to a friend of mine one time. And he always chose the club that would get him to the back of the green, because he figured that more times than not he wasn't going to flush it, and at least it would be on the green, rather than you see so many players, especially older players, that used to hit their 9-iron 150 yards. Now they hit it 120, but they get 150 out. First thing they do is pull that 9-iron out. So yes, you have to manage your game, know how far each club goes in an ideal situation, and then be able to work the ball right to left, keeping it down, hitting it high. Just things you learn with experience.
And see, what we're talking about here, we seen a player just a minute ago tee off and use an iron. And
yes.
Now here's another player that's using a driver.
Yes.
And again, you're playing to your strength, what you feel comfortable with, where you think you can put that ball. The other one probably thought, driver's going to get me in trouble, or I don't feel comfortable with my driver today.
Exactly, those two things. You know, on number one that we're watching there, you have that fairway bunker to the right, so and to the left. So if your driver is going to get you to those two bunkers, then you need to be really confident with it and split the middle, or you'll pick a club out like that iron that won't get you into trouble.
And you might have a longer shot going into the green, but you feel comfortable from the tee box, and you don't, like you said, you don't put it over in the left trees or put it over in the right trees, which a lot of people do on this hole especially.
Yes. Starting hole is always tough. I know that's not the starting hole for this group. They probably started somewhere else, but you know, when you get up on number one, and especially if you haven't had any practice time in for that day, it's always a little nerve-wracking on that first swing.
It is, and especially when, like we said on this golf course, when you look out there and you see trees on the right, trees on the left, sand traps on both sides of the fairway, and you're thinking, you know what, I've got to hit a shot that I know I can get it out there somewhere in the fairway.
You bet.
And that's an important thing. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and talk more about what's going on and try to catch you up to date on some of the scores and some of the players that are coming through. We'll do that in just a couple of moments. You're watching the boys 12th Region Golf Tournament.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-through. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy, living the life.
Someone will be with you. Don't know when. Don't hold your breath, but keep waiting. You don't have anything better to do.
You know, at First and People's Bank, you don't have to wait for an answer. The decision makers are at the bank, and the friendly tellers are always ready to wait on you. First and People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
Did you miss starting college this month? Maybe you're still waiting on your financial aid to be approved, or you planned on attending a university, but it didn't work out. Well, no worries. Ashland Community and Technical College has a 12-week online session starting September 12th and an 8-week online session starting October 17th. So don't delay. Call 606-326-2000 or stop by one of the 3 ACTC campuses today. It's not too late to further your education at Ashland Community and Technical College. Primary Plus Grayson believes in sharing its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health for the entire family, offering primary care, pediatrics, women's health, counseling services, and an on-site pharmacy all under one roof. Primary Plus Grayson is happy to welcome a new team to their growing family, including pediatrician and internal medicine physician Dr. Kelly Trent, family health nurse practitioners Dawn Jordan and Kelly Sparks, and physician assistant Chris Horde. Primary Plus Grayson, 645 Interstate Drive, always welcoming new patients. Learn more about Primary Plus, its medical team locations, and more at primaryplus.net.
Welcome back to our coverage here at Hidden Cove Golf Course of the boys 12th Region Golf Tournament. Glad to have you with us here on Cool TV. I'm Jim Forrest along with Leif Clark, and let's see if we can go back to hole number 9, see if there's anything going on. Right now at 18, we had a group just finish up, and don't see anybody coming up 9 right now either. Shotgun start, and sometimes that happens, Leif. I mean, we've played in enough tournaments to know that when you have a shotgun start, some groups sometimes get way out ahead of other groups. And
that's true. Your round is never faster than your slowest group. Because eventually you're going to catch them.
That's exactly right. And this is 17 again, I believe, from the tee box. And so you can see their shots down in the fairway. I don't think we have anything at 17 green. But let's talk about some of these holes that we've been talking about. Number 9, for instance, you were talking about how some of them can get it up there pretty close. It's
yes.
From T2s, which they're using today, it's normally 327 yards.
Yes.
So
okay.
a really good drive, you're going to get up there close.
Yes, and some of some of these players are hitting at 300 yards. I know some of the players that I've watched this year are flying the ball well over 275, 280 yards. So it's something they can do. However, on number 9, if you're going to hit it and take that risk, you bring in that pond into play on the right side, and also the cart path on the left.
Mm-hmm.
So if you happen to hit that cart path, you're going to be OB left.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then when we talk about 18, we're looking at 17 right now down the fairway. So 17, I've always thought it's a pretty tough hole here at Hidden Cove because I thought the tee shot was sort of intimidating. But it's 398 yards from the number 2 tees, which is where they're playing, which is, not a real long par 4, but
right.
It's
formidable.
And you got sand traps and you got trees and
yep.
you got problems, and then you got 18, which we're right above, and from the number 2 tees, it's 372 yards. So a lot of the players can get it down close to the big area that you don't want to hit it into.
Yeah, the trouble, the big ravine, if
Yes.
you would there. All you folks that have played this course know what we're talking about. And if you, again, you have to know how far you hit your clubs. So with all the range finding devices and things now, you can shoot that from the tee and make your decision on how you're going to play that hole. Going back to 17 that you were talking about, you know, you kind of have to play that hole from left of middle of the fairway, because if you get over there to the right, there's a whole bunch of trees and the slope all goes down there and you just have no shot. So miss the fairway bunkers, #1 priority. And if you can, come in from the left a little bit, which will get you a great angle into that green that kind of slants from left to right.
And of course, we talked about a little while ago the big par 5 coming in. That's number 16. Even from the number 2 tees, which they're using, it's 583 yards, which is, you know, going to be very hard for people to get there in 2.
Yes, that's a bomber's dream, you know, and it's always fun to see if you can get there in 2 if you're a long player. But it has some trouble too. There's some waste area toward the right side. There's a group of trees down the left. It's a wide fairway, but if you can get into trouble there as well, and you don't need any trouble on an almost 600-yard hole.
No, not a bit. Number 1, as we've been looking at some people tee off number 1, it's 356 yards, which is, you know, got a player getting ready to tee off number 1 right now. 356 yards for, you know, players that can hit the ball fairly well. That's not a long par 4, but again, you got sand traps down the right, the left. You've got trees, so you got to be very careful where you hit the ball. You don't want to go yank it left or right either way.
Nope. You know, number 1 is one of those holes that, again, if you've got the length, you can carry that bunker on the right and just go right at it. For most of these players, it's going to be a driver and a short iron into the green, and some of them will be a little flip wedge. And it's a very flat green. It's one of the flattest greens on the course. So you don't have a whole lot of you don't have really any extreme breakage on with your putts for number 1 hole.
Talking about Hidden Cove Golf Course, let's just give you an example of some of the holes here. 1 is a par 4, as we said, the way the players are playing it today, 356 yards. Number 2, 387-yard par 4. I always thought number 2 was a little bit of a hard hole too. Number 3 is a par 5 that's only 526 yards. That's a birdie hole, I think.
Yes. Now that does have a pretty good dog leg left to right. The long players have to watch about going through the fairway there. So many of them may be taking less than driver. Your top seeds may be taking less than driver there and getting it out to the turn, or you can try to work the ball like we were talking about before and try to hit a fade to get around the dog leg to reach that hole in 2.
Number 4 is a par 3 and playing fairly short, 135 yards.
Yes, it is. But the thing about that hole is there is no bailout. Yeah. You're either on the green. The only place you can miss it is short of the green. If you're left, right, or long, you're most likely not going to make par.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then number 5 is a 509-yard par 5. Again, a hole that if you play your shots right, you could be on putting for birdie.
Yeah, you can. It's the second half of the hole is up the hill, so it takes a little more club than what is normal to get the ball there. It's another great hole, and anything to the right on that hole is down over the ravine and into the woods. So be careful on that par 5 as well.
One of the things that we've been talking about this morning that you just mentioned there is you got to know too that, you know, that's a like we said, relatively short par 5, 509, but the second shot is going to be uphill, second or third shot, depending on how you play that. But you got to allow for more club because you're going to go uphill.
You bet, which is why, you know, practicing these courses that you're going to play these tournaments on is so important. Today, you know, if you're just in a regular round, or if you're in a practice round, they have the rangefinders that have the slope on it. So for those of you that don't know what the slope is, it actually takes into account how much further or how less it's playing, depending on if it's uphill or downhill. Your rangefinder will tell you that, and you can adjust your clubs accordingly.
Hole number 6 is a 374-yard par 4. Then you've got hole number 7, which is another par 3, 155 yards, which is a pretty good par 3.
Yes, that is another severe green, 2 distinct levels. Get it on, if it's on the bottom level and you hit it on the top, you're facing a 3-putt challenge there. And same if it's vice versa. But that's another hole where you really can't miss it left or right. You can miss it short, but then you're standing on your head trying to chip up to that green.
Yeah. Number 8 is a 414-yard par 4. Anytime you get a little over 400 yards on a par 4, you've got it's a pretty tough hole.
Yeah, number 8, and it has trouble as the ravine, so you got to get the ball airborne and get it, and at least be able to hit it past the ravine. After you get up there, you're faced with a green that slopes toward the fairway. It's a very large green. Right is the road, which would be out of bounds, and you want to avoid that cart path to the right and possibly kicking you out of bounds. But that's another great, really solid hole here at Hidden Cove, and it's going to test your mettle, as they say.
And I think right now we're still watching action coming up 9. Is that right? Is this 9?
Yes, that's number 9.
So we've got some players coming up 9 right now, which is, as we said, playing from the number 2 tees, 327 yards, par 4. And you want to lay it up there and give yourself good distance into here. As you can see, it dog legs a little bit for you, so you want to leave it to where you got a good second shot approach into this green.
Yes, like you were talking about earlier, that's going to determine your club off the tee. If your favorite distance is 100 yards, then you're going to be subtracting and try to hit whatever club is going to leave you 100 yards. It may be 80 or it may be 120, just depends on the player. And then you've got your bombers who are thinking, hey, I want an easy birdie and a putt and an eagle, and I'm going to take this hole on.
Tough shot here for this young man because he's coming out of the rough.
Yes.
Just about got it into the unplayable stuff.
Well, hopefully he didn't have to drop it there.
Yeah.
I don't know if we saw that or not, but he definitely has a challenge here, but it's very doable. Just keep your head still and swing through it just like that. And a fine swing and a good follow through, and a good-looking young player put it right on the green.
Absolutely, good shot from there. Tough angle coming out of the rough.
Mm-hmm.
You hear him talk about when it comes to pro golf, watching it on TV. A lot of times you hear him talking about how the ball's going to react different coming out of the rough than it does coming off the fairway.
Yes.
And explain that a little bit, if you would.
Yeah, so anytime you get anything between the club face and the ball, it's going to really affect your the spin and a lot of different things on the ball. So when you're in the rough, most likely there's going to be some grass whenever you make that swing, get caught between the club face and the ball. And that's going to reduce the amount of spin. It's going to hit and roll out further. Versus if you're on a tightly mown fairway, you get to what we call pinch the ball and have it roll up the face and grab into those grooves and put a lot of backspin on it, and you'll be able to fly it pretty much to where you want it to end up.
One of the things that I think most amateur golfers have a hard time figuring out is how to correctly hit their irons.
Yes.
Coming down, making that downward to where they take the divot and do it right instead of just swiping at the ball.
Yes.
And that has a lot to do with how the ball is going to react when it finishes too, doesn't it?
It really does. So you want a much steeper angle of attack, and just let that club face do the work. You're not going to do anything to help yourself with your hands or anything like that. You're just going to hit ball first, and your divot will start just in front of the ball because you pinched that ball, you're getting down into the earth, and that ball's rolling up your club face or bouncing off your club face and going up. So the club face, when they say let your club face do the work, that's what they mean. Don't try to help it with your wrists or anything like that. You have to trust it. And the other thing is, there's distinct swings for the driver and your irons, because with the driver, you're actually hitting up on the ball a little bit, sweeping with sweeping motion, and sweep it off that tee. If you try to hit your driver like you did your iron, you're just going to pop it straight up, and your club's going to take a big divot out of the tee box. So knowing that there's two different ways to hit a golf ball between your irons and your tee shots are very important.
Yeah, don't you think that the biggest, one of the biggest problems, maybe not the biggest, but one of the biggest, is we see a little chip coming up to number 9 here.
About 3 balls on the green and 1 on the fringe, looks like.
But don't you think one of the problems that a lot of amateurs have is learning how to do that, the steepness of coming down and pinching the ball first?
Absolutely.
They tend to want to take a divot first.
Exactly.
Or hit behind the ball, and that doesn't help at all.
No, you really want to take your hand action out and not be thinking about your hands coming in at the proper time. Just rotate your shoulders and let that club come in there naturally and at a steep angle and get that ball airborne.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and talk more about, well, let's keep it here a minute and watch these guys here on number 9.
Yeah.
Because we've got, looks like 3 putts maybe coming up.
Yeah, this green is relatively flat. It'll have some very subtle breaks in it. You know, typically you'll want to look, get back away and look, and most of these courses are built for the drainage to go down toward ponds or creeks, or so if you have water to one side, typically the ball's going to break that way. And also you're going to have to deal with grain as well. So the grain is going to run however the water runs off of the green typically. And if you're into the grain, which you'll be looking like a much darker surface, then you'll have to account for that by hitting it a little more firm. If you're down grain, which is a shiny surface, then you're going to want to take a little bit off. So there's a lot going through these young folks' heads trying to manage their game today.
Absolutely. Not a bad putt from where he was. He got it up there probably within 2 or 3 feet. You'll have to mark.
And these young folks, they just putt without fear. I wish I could still putt that way, you know. After you get a little older and you get the heebie-jeebies, but they just have no fear and they just stroke the ball beautifully.
Looking at number 9, if you're watching, you might see a few times where we sort of lose signal a little bit. Sometimes we lost it completely there. They're still doing some work, but we got some remote cameras on some of the places, so that's why that's going to happen. But let's look at, we'll come back and look at the back 9, and we'll also talk about a team that's, a group of players that's coming up, 18 right now. We'll do all of that in just a couple of moments, but first we're going to take a break, and we'll be back. You're watching the boys' 12th Region Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove.
Your Country Chevrolet in Grayson needs your vehicle. We're low on inventory and prepared to make you an offer on the spot to buy your car, even if you don't buy one of ours. Literally within 10 minutes of coming in, we'll have you a cash offer. Have a payoff on it? No problem. We'll pay that loan off and write you a check for the balance. Just bring your title, driver's license, all your keys, and most recent payment statement so we can get the payoff. We'll even drive you home if you need. Your Country Chevrolet, ready to buy. Let us put cash in your pocket. Visit us online, purecountrychevrolet.com, or call us 606-474-5116. Pure Country Chevrolet, find new roads.
Smithfield Foods in Grayson is a proud community partner, taking pride in providing a safe and friendly environment for their workers and for the community. Smithfield Foods is always ready to support our growing community any way they can. Smithfield Foods is the world's largest pork processor and hog producer, and they're committed to providing good food in a responsible and environmentally safe way. Proud to be a part of the community. Smithfield Foods in Grayson.
You've thought for a long time about keeping your firearms and valuables safe and out of harm's way. Borders Sporting Goods has the area's greatest selection of Liberty safes and a wide range of sizes, styles, and colors. And Borders also has the Tri-State's best and most complete selection of firearms, hunting supplies, fishing supplies, archery supplies, knives, camo, and boots. From the smallest fishing hook to the largest Liberty safe, the best brands, the best selection, and the best prices in the Tri-State are at Borders Sporting Goods, Route 60 West in Ashland, where your money will be well spent.
Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk. With 30 years of experience, Kim Fannin Mullins has been dedicated to helping all the citizens of Greenup County. Hardworking and honest, Kim Fannin Mullins is up to date on technology and procedures, will have an open door policy, and will go above and beyond for the staff and community. She spent over 20 years working with the youth of the county. Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk.
This is Kim Fannin Mullins, and I paid for and approve this message.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament here at Hidden Cove Golf Course on what has turned out to be a beautiful day for golf. Overcast, little light wind blowing, not very warm at all, and a really pleasant day to play golf, and the boys couldn't probably ask for anything better. And good golf course, in excellent shape, good weather. I'm Jim Forrest along with Leif Clark, pleased to have him with us, a past winner of this Boys Region Tournament. Back in 1981 and runner-up in 82, right? And your team went in 82. Is that right?
Yes, team went in 82, and we didn't fare too well in the state tournament, but it was a great experience. That's a lifetime ago, Jim.
Boys, I tell you what, when teams get to make it and go to the state tournament, that's half the battle right there. Is you got to go.
Yes.
And then the rule of pressure is really on trying to perform on a state level against some really good golfers.
Yeah, it's really good to play against that caliber of player before you get there, if you can, because there's some players at the state level who are obviously going on and playing at the next level, and to be able to see that, something about seeing somebody do something makes you feel like you can do it too, you know. So if you can put yourself with some good players, most likely you're going to be a better player.
All right, we're at 18 right now. We got our threesome up here, I think. Two of them are up here anyway. Gentleman here has a little bit of chip over the mound and
played it beautifully.
Oh, really did. One of those things where you have to determine, am I going to hit the ball on the green or am I going to use the mound to try and get a little roll?
Yes, and he just caught the downslope of that mound, and which is a really nice feature here. And he has about 8 foot downhiller right now that he's going to have to contend with, but a good shot from where he was.
Pretty straightforward shot here. Just got to contend with a little ridge that goes up. He's going to try to go over that ridge and went a little bit too far.
Yes.
Has decided to try to land the ball up on the right level, went a little bit too far.
Yeah, I think he may have caught that a little bit thin, which means that he just hit it a little too high on the ball and got a little extra yardage that he didn't want.
Third player is back and now having his approach shot, and he puts it on the green. Going to leave himself about, 20 feet or more.
Right.
But he's got it on the right level.
He certainly does, and hit a good shot from down there dealing with all that slope. That's pretty severe uphill from where he was hitting his shot.
Yeah, and in case you can't tell on TV, when you come across that ravine here at 18, if you don't get it up on that level, and then you're hitting up over top of the ravine and trying to come to the green, and it's a lot steeper than it looks.
Yes. Now, all these putts should go right to left because they're all in a similar part of the green here. Like you said, he's got at least 20 feet moving down the hill and right to left, and here it comes. He judged the weight beautifully. It broke hard right there at the end. He just has a tap in left.
Not bad at all. Left himself just, like you said, a tap in. A little bit more speed probably would have made that putt.
Yeah, good stroke. Well, there goes a golf ball. He wasn't happy with the...
Not happy with the result of the score, so I don't know what happened coming up.
It's okay. That's okay. You can throw your golf ball. That's quite all right. Get some of that energy out.
Now this putt's going to be sort of similar to the putt we just seen, but maybe not as much break.
Yeah. It appears that most of the break comes right at the end. So this will be a right to left, which is a harder putt for a left-handed putter.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a left to right for a right-handed, obviously. But he looks like he has good. Ooh,
a little too much.
Too hard.
Stay up.
Yeah.
He did.
That's aggressive. I like his style.
Could have been a little. If it'd been a little bit more aggressive, though, he would have went down over that ridge. And
Yes.
that would be tough coming back. But
Yeah. You know, those short ones almost always never go in. Almost always never.
yeah. So this is a pretty straightforward putt here, but he pulled it a little bit to the left.
Yes, he did. And he's got a little work left there as well, probably 3 feet.
And you could tell as soon as it came off his club that he pulled it, yanked it left. Didn't hit this one. And that's sometimes what happens is when you hit one, you hit it too far by.
Yes.
Even though you might be coming uphill a little bit the next time, you still have a tendency not to hit it as hard because
Yep.
you're afraid you're going to put it by again.
Yeah, that first putt's still in your mind, and you have to get over that and just play the shot in front of you. That's so important for all players, is not to play the shot they just hit or the one after this one, drop in there. But just to play the shot in front of you, one shot at a time.
I missed that little one coming back, but like you said, it was 3.5 feet and had some break to it. So
yes.
And this one, as we zoom in on it a little bit,
very
good
nice.
putt.
It's great to see these young men out here.
And you know, we got some young guys out here. I'm looking at some of these. You know, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 freshmen.
21 freshmen.
And then you got 8th graders out here.
Yes.
You got
several.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 8th grade and
7, 8, 9 8th graders.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think there's a better place to grow up than on the golf course. It's you're in a great atmosphere. You make a lot of great friends. You learn your etiquette. You learn how to be a gentleman, and hopefully you learn how to play golf. Nice swing there on number 2 for that young man. Looks like he's happy with it. He's picked the tee up.
Okay, this is Aiden Rucker, Isaac Breen of Montgomery County, and Aiden Rucker of, I'm guessing East Carter, and Xavier Rose of West Carter coming up.
Yeah, you'd think these Carter County boys have played this course quite a bit.
You would think.
May have a little bit of advantage. Another beautiful golf swing. And looks long. Yeah, if you can take that bunker out of play with your driver here, looks like what most of these players are doing.
This is on number 1. We're gonna, the ones that are coming up are Rucker, Breen, and Rose is on number 18. But we're on what, number 17
17
right now.
here, yes.
I think this must be McGlone, Letcher, and Dehart, I think.
Looks like you got that one going left off the tee. Not happy with it.
So we'll switch back to 18 as we'll have some approach shots coming up to 18, and got one up by the green already on 18.
Yes, and if that appears to be their second shot, which we haven't seen a whole lot of players up here in 2, because it is one of the toughest holes out here on the course.
It is, and as we talked about, 18 from the number 2 tees, you know, you're talking about 372 yards, but you're also talking about
laying it up.
You got to lay it up, and then your second shot's uphill.
Mm-hmm.
You got to contend with that ravine somewhere along the way, whether you try to drive it or you're laying it up to a distance to get you over it and get to the green.
Yes, it's a hole that can really reach up and grab you if you're not really on your game here.
Yeah, and a lot of golfers will put this in that ravine,
yes.
One way or another. I mean, that ball just claims a lot of balls. That ravine does. You try to judge your layup shot, and you hit it a little too long, and it rolls out and goes down in there. Your second shot, if you don't hit it right.
Yeah, we may have to go down there after this is
Yeah,
over and
find
try
some
to
golf
get us some golf
balls.
balls.
I agree. Here comes an approach shot coming in, high shot, and going to be short. I have a tough little pitch there. Anytime I think where the pin placement is today on 18, if you're approaching it from the right side and that mound comes into play, you have to try and judge that chip
Yeah, it's not
playing
easy.
off that mound because that ball's going to roll on you.
It really is, and you're going to be chipping it out of the first cut or a rough most likely. So you'd have to draw a decent lie in order to hit a good shot there.
And I think we had somebody going over to help find a golf ball, which you can do. Parents, coaches, whoever can go help find a golf ball, but I think they already found it.
Yeah.
Over, looks like behind the tree a little bit, going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I think they've changed the rule to where you only have 3 minutes to look for it now. So if you've got a parent or a friend or someone that'll come and do some caddying for you and make life a little bit easier there. No, it's always stressful when you hit one a wayward shot and you don't know until you get up there whether you're going to find it or whether it's playable or not. So that's a nice help there.
Going to be down in the trees, and it's hard for us because we've got a group of bushes in front of us to see. But I think depending on, I don't know what kind of, if the trees are going to be over him for his backswing, but he has an opening, I think, from down there.
Yeah, there is an opening if he can get.
I mean, I know I've been
enough.
there before.
Yes, me too.
And there is an opening. You can, and it's not a bad angle to come in.
Right, and he's going to have to keep it low.
Yeah.
The only thing really chance he has is to hit it into that little mound in front of the green and have it hop up. Very difficult shot, but we'll see how he does with it. Here it comes. It's on the green.
That's not a bad shot, really.
Yep. Now he'll have that putt we watched the last group.
Played it from the right, on the right side, which is, you either have to go out there at that mound and risk it coming off that mound and taking to the back of the green, or play it right, which is what he decided to do.
That was a nice play.
And I'm pretty sure this is the group of Rucker, Breen, and Rose.
Oh, here comes the left-handed player. Make it right on track. It just a little bit short, but at least he has an uphill putt that's going to break to his right, and he'll be able to hit it firmly.
So, player who's just a little bit off the green.
Yeah, he's chosen to putt this one. He could chip it as well, but if he has a good lie, it makes a lot of sense because a bad putt is often similar to a good chip.
Hear a lot of people say that, that I would much rather putt it than I would chip it. I can probably get it just as close.
Yeah.
And now, if you're an extraordinary chipper of the ball, you might think different, but.
Yep. Ray Floyd was always famous for chipping balls that other players would putt because he just had that much confidence in his chipping and for good reason.
More things can go wrong with a chip, though, I think, than a putt, don't you?
I agree. If you have a clear path to the hole, or at least to get it onto the green, it's typically the best choice.
I mean, he left that pretty short. Didn't hit it, didn't give it near what he needed to give it. But, you chip it, you can also, hit behind it and just barely move the ball.
But yes, let's see if this.
So we know what this putt does.
Yeah, let's see if he's got it figured out. It's a fine putt, good weight.
Putt. I think a little bit more pace, he probably makes that.
Yeah, I think
because the break was coming, it just didn't have enough on it.
Yep. Yeah, good stroke. He'll be able to knock that one in pretty easily. And that's another thing. A lot of players elect to leave the flag in, and some like it out.
Yeah, and that rule changed just not too long ago, right?
Right. It was.
Where you used to have to take it out.
Yeah, it was. I believe it came with COVID.
I think you're right.
2020, whenever a lot of things changed in golf. They put those styrofoam things down the cup so your ball didn't go down, and you could pick them out of there.
Too much. Not enough speed on that one either, and it just broke off on him.
Right next to the marker of the other player. So if this if this gentleman saw those putts, he knows this one's going to go to his right, and he knows he's got to hit it a little firm to get it up that hill.
Mm-hmm.
He did both of those things. He said he did what we call missing it on the pro side.
Should be an easy tap in, and it is. Like you said, a lot of pressure on these kids as they get to the regional tournament, and they want to play well for their team. They want to play well for themselves.
Yes.
And it's not just the tee shot and the shot from the fairway, but then you get on the green and you got to make putts and you got to chip well. And
Yes.
there's so much that goes into the game of golf.
Well, whenever they get the bug, you just fall in love with the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to do your best, and and you've proven to yourself how good you can play at times. And it's just the pressure is self-induced, but it's fun, and it's fun to challenge yourself.
A lot of people talk about how what hole we going to here?
9.
9. Okay. Good putt there.
A lot of left-handed golfers out here today.
Notice that.
It used to be a lot of parents, even if their youth was left-handed, they'd buy them a right-hand set of clubs, and you're playing from the right side. So I just think the golf swing looks so beautiful on a coming from that left side.
Mm-hmm.
The Phil Mickelsons. Now Bubba Watson's isn't all that beautiful,
But he can work the ball, though, can't
he? He can work it, and he can slam it.
Yeah, sure can. Good comeback putt there.
Yes.
On number 9. You'll see coaches out with their teams. Coaches are the only ones who can coach. Parents can be out there and stay on the cart path unless they get out to go help you find the ball. But they can't coach you. The only one that can coach is your coach that's out there.
Yeah.
And that's what's important is to keep all those rules in effect. Golf is another game we haven't talked about this much, Leaf, but golf is one of those games where penalties are tough, and you've got to call them on yourself most of the time.
That's true. One of the few sports around that there's not a referee out there calling a foul. You call it on yourself, or another playing partner may have to call it. Hopefully not. But you've seen that at even the pro level, other playing partners having to enforce the rules. And the rules have changed so dramatically in the last few years that it's kind of hard to keep up with sometimes. But you don't want to, golf's hard enough. You don't want to handicap yourself with a rules violation and costing yourself strokes. You got to know the rules. And we used to have to, we'd have little learning sessions. We'd have some folks come down from the state level and give us little classroom sessions on the rules, really helpful.
Let's go back to 18 again, as we've got another group coming up, and we just saw a ball hit there and bounce back into the fairway. Got just to the top of that ridge.
That was a tough angle.
Coming from behind some trees to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this could be Titus McGlone, Owen Letcher, and Braden Dehart, I believe.
Okay. Well,
coming up.
The person in the white shirt in the middle of the fairway looked like he judged his tee shot well.
Yes.
Don't see any balls up here on the green, though.
Nope. The one down at the very top of the ridge, but I don't see anything else.
Like we said, it's a tough hole.
It is a tough finishing hole. Always thought that coming, they reconfigured it when it first opened. This was 9, and then you finish up, I thought, at a much easier hole. But they decided a few years into it that this would be a much tougher finishing hole, and come to the back after. If you remember when this golf course was first built, where we're at, the pavilion area and stuff up here wasn't even here yet.
No, that's right.
And there was just like a trailer for a while
Yes.
before they got all the clubhouse built and all this. Well, once they got this built and you had this back area, this is a perfect place to finish.
Great
for
finishing
many,
hole.
many different reasons.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not all that long, but with that ravine, with this the different tiers on the green, you know, the rough around, they've got a bunker over there, 2 bunkers over there left of the hole. There's just all the features are there, and to make it a real challenge.
Let's go back to 18 again, and we'll watch these 3 come up and make their approach shots to the green. Looks like the one that's down there just got over the ridge, and the other one might be in the sand. Can't tell if he's in the sand. Just out of the sand. Yep, he's going down in the bunker. Left-hander. Are they playing it out of the bunkers today?
Evidently they are.
Dropping.
He grabbed his ball, so it looks like he's
Here comes a nice shot.
Get up a little bit.
Still not going to be enough to get up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they must not be playing in the bunkers, huh?
Yeah, that's what it appears. Just pull it out and drop no nearer the hole, which is what he's done. Just get it up on the correct tier here if you can. And that
Not quite.
That one doesn't quite make it, and it's going to roll back.
That's what makes this shot, this hole a little tough coming up. You're coming uphill, and you got a 2-tier green, and you got to get it back there.
Yeah, uphill by itself, you know, you have to hit it a little more than what you think, and then you add that tier, that little hillside stopping your ball. You've really got to have your wits about you.
So we got 2 putts coming up, and I'm looking to see where the 3rd ball ended up. Looks like still going to have to do some chipping long and left, maybe. Looks like East Carter, Montgomery County, and West Carter in this group.
Okay. Well, they made it up this far. They have the hard part behind them.
And
young man has a chipping club in his hand, so he's going to get a feel for the lay of the land, see just how much downslope is there by getting on the other side of the hole.
yes, because he's long to the left, back up. I see his ball now.
That's a good idea, because when you're above the hole, it's hard to gauge sometimes how downhill it is. So take your time. It's not going to slow things down by taking a look at it. Gotta play with, you know, that's one thing we haven't talked about either. Some players like to play fast.
Yeah.
And others are very deliberate. And so if you get a mix of those in a foursome, it can make it difficult.
That's a pretty nice chip from there.
Very nice. He's going to have a little side hill left to righter.
But he kept it below the hole, though, so he is putting uphill.
Yes. Yeah, he judged the slope very well there.
And I believe this is the West Carter Braden Dehart, I believe.
He's coming up that ridge. It's going to take quite a bit to get it there, which he does. He does.
Yeah, just
a lot of breaking that putt.
Broke after the hole that time.
Mm-hmm.
A little too much on it.
Good stroke. Got it there, gave it a chance. Read the correct direction of the break.
Are you mic'd up?
I'm not mic'd up.
All right. Good to have you.
All right. Well, good to be here.
Tough finishing hole at 18. And typically finishing hole, of course, people are finishing different places.
Yes.
But we've been talking about that, and this green where that pin placement is pretty tough.
It is. It's a very difficult tee shot from the tees, and then once you've navigated that, you come up to the green, and you got a tough green here, a 2-tier green. Let's see how this putt.
Oh, just lips it out.
That was for par. Daggone, that would have been a good par.
Yes, it sure would. We haven't seen many pars on this hole.
Yeah. You got two groups coming in here that are playing pretty well. I think Titus there, if he makes the next putt, that'll put him at +2. And then the group behind you got a couple kids I think that are playing really, really well.
This is McGlone, Letcher, and Dehart here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So how are things going out there?
You know, everything's going very smoothly. I've kept an eye on a few different groups. Of course, I work with East Carter golfers, so been kind of hanging with them. You know, just super proud to be able to host the region tournament at Hidden Cove Golf Course. You know, Stephen, the head pro here, and Jerry, the superintendent, do just an amazing job of supporting youth golfers of our area. And the golf course is in fantastic shape today. It's playing great. All right, good. He made that putt.
Good, yes.
Just really happy to be able to host the region tournament here and at such a fantastic facility. Ladies in the clubhouse are always very friendly and work very hard to support our kids, and I can't say enough about that.
Well, Jason, we appreciate everything you've done for us too, to allow us to be able to get here and to bring coverage to a lot of people in the region that can't make the trip, you know, because you've got teams everywhere.
Yeah.
And for them to be able to watch it, if not live, while it's live streaming, to go back and watch it once it's posted after it's over with. We appreciate everything you've done to help us get ready for it.
Hey, thank you. You know, it's a win-win situation for us. You guys get to come in and provide a quality broadcast for our communities, and the kids get airtime, and people that aren't able to come to the course are able to watch it. So I think it's a really win-win, and hope to be able to help you guys out in the future to continue to do something like this at our region tournaments, and
Definitely.
maybe even some other tournaments.
Absolutely, love to.
Yeah.
I know I've already been told that the girls will be here next year.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So
girls will be here
we
next year.
definitely, you know, would love to do that for sure, and do the boys wherever they happen to be.
Yeah.
The girls this year is in Mason County, right?
Yes.
Laurel
Yes.
Oaks. Unable to get everything worked out for that.
Yeah.
We won't be able to do that tomorrow, but next year we hope to be able to do the boys and the girls.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
This
Well,
is the group on 18. Let's
yeah.
switch back to 18. This is the group coming in that's Price Harris, Brent Markham, and Nathan Webb.
Yeah, we had one approach just come up just short of pin high left. And that'll be a challenge because that ridge runs right along that line that he'll have to hit on.
That one hits right on that mound.
That was Brett right there from Montgomery County.
Okay.
Well, guys, I just had a few minutes to stop by and
well,
wanted
thank you
to
very much again for
do that.
everything. And
Yes.
come back and see us again if you get
All right.
time.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate
okay,
it.
thanks. Appreciate it. He is the regional tournament manager this year.
Oh, nice.
Good to
We
have.
put together a great tournament.
Yep. Jason McGlone from East Carter, and we appreciate everything he's done for us and organizing everything, getting us here, and really, beautiful shot coming in.
Very nice.
A little spin on it.
A lot of
goes
action
back.
on that one. That comes from that downforce of pinching that ball like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, a lot of golfers will say, "How do you get the ball to back up like the pros do?" Well, it goes back again to how you pinch the ball, right?
Yes, you gotta hit the little ball first.
Yeah.
The big ball being earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just pinch it with that face down into the ground, and it'll pop right up there with some spin.
So we got this threesome coming in. They're playing very well. We got some scores for you right now. But this is Harris, Markham, and Webb coming in. And let's see. Yeah. Don't see
them on there.
Don't see anybody on there on the scoring on
But
what that we have. But
a couple hours into play, and you got several players +1, +2, +4. So
Yeah.
some good golf being played.
Yep. And like we said, it's been great weather. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit as the clouds move
Yeah.
out and the sun comes out. It'll get a little windy.
Mm-hmm. See the leaves blowing off the trees, so it's a beautiful fall day to play golf for sure. But as you said, that sun pops out, the wind usually picks up a little bit.
So you got one on the hill, the little mound, one on the green, and one to our right, as we view it, to the left of the pin, which is going to be a tough little shot because you got to come sideways up the hill.
Yeah,
and you're still on the fringe a little bit, I think.
Right, but the most difficult part is you probably can't pick it up from your TV screen, but that ridge from that tier runs directly in line with his putt here. So he's going to have to take it maybe a little further left than what he would normally, just to keep the ball up on the right tier.
Going to chip off of this mound first.
Gotcha.
And apparently they are lifting and placing today.
Yeah, that's what it appears.
Because he's picked his ball up a couple times. But it has been a very wet summer.
Yeah, he may be in a, it could be a ground under repair area as well. Yep. So we'll try to figure out if clean in place today or not.
So I believe this is Markham of Montgomery County, I believe. Just didn't give it enough, did he?
No, he kind of hit a stab approach there.
Mm-hmm. Hoping to get some roll out.
Yeah, and it just had some spin on it and didn't quite make it there, but he's got a relatively straight uphill putt.
Now here's Webb coming from the left side of the pin. Got that tough putt. Got it up over the ridge, and it's got it on the right level. He's still going to have probably, 5 or 6 feet coming up the hill?
Yeah.
Which will still have a little break to it.
Yes. We've seen some putts made from below this hole, but not many from above it, if any. We
have probably seen more bogeys here than we have pars.
Oh, definitely.
And I don't know if we've seen a birdie yet.
I don't believe there's been a birdie, and just a handful of pars. So this hole is giving the players all that they want and then some.
And this one, he knew he had to get it up over the hill and really powered it just way too much. And it's going to have that downhill putt right to left now coming back. We really haven't, we've seen people get close, but nobody make it.
Yeah, there's so much break right at the end of this putt, and you have to manage your pace going down the hill. So it really turns hard left as the ball slows down right before the cup.
So Price Harris Jr. at East Carter will try this comeback putt for par.
Now this one is coming up the hill. Should move a little to his right, I would think, but if he hits it firmly, it takes some of that break out of it.
It's Nathan Webb of West Carter. Most of these players either have finished or are finishing up 9. So we're about halfway home. Taking his time on looking at this one.
Yeah, a lot of players nowadays will line up their putts with a line on their ball. So he just got over that and wasn't comfortable with his alignment there on his ball and wants to reposition it to get it started out on the right path.
And again, this is a par putt for Webb. Got on the fringe in 2.
That's correct.
And just powered it through the break, didn't he?
Yeah, it just broke right on him and just didn't get it started.
I'll tell you what's a little...
That one right there?
Not a gimme coming back, is it?
No, that one right there has got some hair on it, as we say.
Harris now.
Yes.
Try to get his putt in. Probably more of a level putt than anybody else's.
Good stroke.
Oh, got it.
Right in the hole. Used it all, but ended up in the same place.
Now a little tricky putt coming back.
I'm sure he's more than capable of knocking this in, take a little pace off of it, and just hit it firm right in the back.
Yep, sure did. So that threesome comes through, and that was Price Harris of East Carter, Brent Markham of Montgomery County, Nathan Webb of West Carter. We're going to take a break. We'll come back for more of the action, not only on 18, but some of the other holes too. This is the boys' 12th Region Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Pat Hedrick, and I'm asking for your vote on November 8th for Boyd County Attorney. I've been an assistant county attorney for the past 14 years, so I have the experience needed to make the decisions that are in the best interests of the people of our community. Born and raised right here in Boyd County, I have a deep understanding of the values that matter most to you. Please vote for me, Pat Hedrick, for Boyd County Attorney on November 8th. Pat Hedrick, born here, raised here, played here. Paid for by Pat Hedrick for Boyd County Attorney.
What do you look for in a pharmacy? Healthy Way Pharmacy always takes care of any prescription needs, but also has a wide variety of home medical equipment complete with delivery service. At Healthy Way, the wait is always shorter and the prices are usually less. Call 928-1001 for any questions. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and Saturday from 9 to 1. Healthy Way Pharmacy and Home Medical Supply, US 60 Cannonsburg, next to the KDMC Outreach Center and in Sandy Hook.
Planning your future, where do you go? Invest your money with someone you know. Personal service and trusted advice. Leaf Clark is your answer, no need to ask twice.
Leaf Clark here with Leaf Clark Wealth Management. Have you been thinking about changing your investment advisor? Come on over to Leaf Clark Wealth Management. You'll have a Fidelity account and an experienced local fiduciary to guide you through these tough times. Call 325-0055 or go to leafclark.com.
Leaf Clark.
Hey, it's what I do.
Be prepared for all of those outdoor jobs this summer by stopping by Wagner Rental and Supply for everything you need for jobs of all sizes, including a full line of Echo lawn and garden tools, trimmers, brush cutters, power blowers, head clippers, and chainsaws. Check out their landscaping equipment such as 4x4 tractors with loaders, mini excavators, post hole diggers, trenchers, wood chippers, tillers, and more. Find the equipment, tools, and supplies you need for your next project.
Your Tri-State Rental Supermarket, Wagner Rental and Supply.
New Boston, Jackson, Chillicothe, and Ashland, or online, WagnerRental.com.
Welcome back here to our coverage of the boys' 12th Region Golf Tournament on Cool TV. Jim Forrest along with Leaf Clark, James Collier, and all of our production team, which we appreciate very, very much. MJ McKay and some students from Raceland High School helping us out today. And it is no easy task to do a TV production at a golf course, trust me.
I've witnessed that firsthand with all the technology folks have.
Technology, cords, wires. It's not easy, but doing a fine job. You're looking right now at hole number 1, the tee box on hole number 1. We'll come back to 18 once we get somebody coming down 18. The next group that'll be coming will be Faulkner, Quinn, and Cole.
This is the group, I believe, that just left 18. Is that right?
That should be the group that just left 18, which is Harris, Markham, and Webb going to number 1.
Nice setup here. Looks like he started out left.
Price.
Coming back into the fairway, I believe.
That is Brent Markham of Montgomery County. Should be Price Harris of East Carter.
Fundamentally, these young men have very good setups. Of course, all their swings are different, but swing there, he's looking down the left side on that one. That may be a little trouble.
When we talk about swings being different, everybody has their own unique swing. There's no, you'll have some of the greatest pros in the world tell you shouldn't really try to copy anybody because you should just do what's natural to you, but there are certain fundamentals that you have to do.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Lee Trevino's a perfect example. You don't know anybody that swung like Lee Trevino
and Bubba Watson.
But the key is just being able to repeat it.
Yeah.
And if you can get something you can control and have some distance with, and it's just being the repeatability. It's a nice smooth swing there.
sort of looking like not quite sure. That would have been Webb of West Carter on the tee box.
Yeah, there's just, once you get over the cart path left, it's all woods down through there. So
Yep.
there's not much vegetation. You can typically find your ball, but you're most likely just pitching it back to the fairway.
Right. And you know, one of the things that we've talked about a lot of things so far this morning, but one of the things that we haven't touched on is knowing what shot to hit and when to hit it.
Yes.
Instead of just getting yourself, you mentioned at one time, don't hit a shot that's going to compound the problem you've already just created.
Yes.
If you get over in the woods on one, like you said, you'll probably find your ball.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to figure out, I can't get to the green from here. You know, I'm going to, how far do I want to lay up to have a nice third shot going in?
Exactly, and it's just course management and not trying to hit the hero shot each time. You may have a little sliver of an opening toward the green, but the odds are getting it back to the fairway, and trust your wedge game and your putter to be able to get it up and down and get your par or bogey at worst. But whenever you start trying to hit heroic shots, you're bringing high scores in, and you're just compounding problems.
Gunnar Cassidy of Russell is on number 9 right now. He's -2. And Seth Hickerson of Fleming County is -2.
Wow, that's terrific golf.
Both of them on number 9 right now. So they're playing very, very well. Like you said, we've had a couple of +1s and +2s, but there's 2.
Maybe we can, is that through 9 holes or they're on number 9, I wonder?
Don't know.
Yeah, maybe we could get over to number 9 and maybe see if there's
Can we
still on
switch
that
over
hole.
to number 9?
There we go.
Can't
Don't see any. It looks like that's through number 9.
So they must be getting ready to go to number 1 tee.
Yes.
I guess that's where they would go to
10
10 tee.
Yes.
Can we pick up 10 tee? No. Can't pick up 10 tee. Okay.
Well,
That's the one we don't have yet. They might not have.
Fellas are really playing well today and having some success. Good for them.
But through 9, Hickerson and Cassidy -2. They might be leading right now.
Yeah.
I would think they probably are.
Yeah, an under par score today would put yourself in a position to win the whole thing.
Now, what happens here on the back 9, whatever your back 9 is on a shotgun start? You can't really talk about front 9 and back 9, but your final 9 holes, the wind is going to pick up and be a factor.
It is, and it's going to be different playing conditions. They had, probably some dew and things to negotiate this morning, and now the course is dried out, the sun's out, the wind's up, and just like I said, each shot, play one shot at a time, and if that wind's kicking up and gusting, back off the ball. Give yourself a few more seconds, see if it's going to settle down. If it's not, grab you another club and just adjust accordingly. That's golf.
You hear them talk on TV all the time about how the wind can even affect your putt. And most people probably think, how in the world can that happen? But it does.
Yeah. It absolutely does. It has to be a fairly good breeze, but it will definitely affect your ball. And as well as pitch marks and footprints. A pitch mark, I've heard it similar to a car hitting a curb. And so a ball hitting a pitch mark would be similar to a car hitting a curb. And that's going to alter the path of the ball. And that's why we're also meticulous about fixing things between the hole and our ball. We don't want an outside source messing us up.
And like you said, there's been a lot of changes in golf over the past few years too that, allow you to do a lot of things that you didn't used to be able to do. Not just out in the fairway, but even when you get on the green now, as far as, wiping leaves away and all kinds of things and fixing, pitch marks and ball marks and stuff. You didn't used to be allowed to do that. It was just tough. You just had to find a way to get through it.
Yes.
Not anymore.
No, I mean, even patting spike marks down or if you pay, I don't guess any of these players are wearing the old school spikes, but some of the pro players still do. But you can actually put your putter down on the path of your ball. You used to not be able to do that. You used to be able to only pick things up in the path and not sweep. but now you can take your towel and sweep or whatever. A lot, and these rules are evolving, and we had so many different rules changes, but the biggest one that is still out there is the length of the players and the courses, and some of these players are making courses obsolete. So do you change the golf ball, or do you change the golf course?
And I think a lot of that is, well, I think it's twofold, don't you? I think equipment is 100 times better.
It is so much better.
The technology to make that equipment, whether it be the club or the head of the club or the irons or the balls or whatever, but it's also the physicality of the player, right?
Oh,
a whole
yes.
lot more physical, weight training, real serious about the game and not just going out and hitting the golf ball.
Yeah, I mean, up until recently, you never really heard anyone referring to golfers as athletes.
Yeah.
But believe you me, especially at the professional level and the collegiate level as well, these fellas are in fantastic shape. They've got dietitians, they've got all sort of strength coaches, and they do the exercises that will make them better golfers, not just general getting fit. So it's a whole series of just not only training but eating, and they're going to do whatever they have to do to get the most out of their game.
Whether you like him or don't or are indifferent, probably Tiger Woods was the start of a lot of that.
I agree, yeah, and Tiger was so good for the game. He was just electrifying, and some of the things that he did over and over to win tournaments was just incredible. And so, you say once in a lifetime, we may get another Tiger Woods. We didn't, think we would get another Michael Jordan either, and we didn't. But we've had some really, really good players come up since then, and Tiger definitely changed the game. They changed the physicality of the game. He used to be one of the longest drivers when he was on his game. He's not anymore. But he certainly changed the game for the better and was fun to watch.
Well, I think every player that's on the Pro Tour right now would agree that he changed the game, because if nothing else, he changed the purse and the money that they could make.
You bet.
No doubt about it.
You bet.
And it's, he was the reason for that. But he was the one that first came out and was just so fit. And when he talked about what he did to get ready, before his injury started happening and everything else that happened to him, he was one of the first that started that revolution.
Yes.
That you start seeing all the younger players. You got players out there on the Pro Tour right now who idolized Tiger in his heyday, and they were just kids and they were watching him, and they did the same thing through their high school career, through their college career. Now they're playing pro golf too.
Yeah, and I mean, Tiger in his heyday, he looked like a halfback, at a professional level, with his shoulders and that small waist and the big lats and arms, and he was just really built for speed, and that was just, again, maximizing his body for what he could do in the game of golf. It's certainly different than what it used to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, probably before him, Jack Nicklaus, who has more majors than anybody. But you look at Jack Nicklaus and you look at Tiger Woods, and two distinct different body shapes, two distinct different ways of playing golf.
Yes.
And yet both of them had great success.
Yes, they did. But that's why Tiger just raised the bar so much. It's you still have your Harry Higgs out there that I love to watch play, who's not going to win any marathons, but at the same time they're farther and few between. Usually a lot of these guys are very fit and ready to play at any level. One thing we didn't talk about too was this. I don't know if you want to get into it or not. Was this Live Tour?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A big challenge to the PGA. It's causing a lot of controversy, and a lot of players are leaving that I never thought would leave. Yeah,
I really, you start throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at people, and it's a dollar. That dollar doesn't know where it came from, but at the same time, I can see where people would have a problem with it from a philosophical standpoint, or whatever you want to call it. But these guys are out there trying to make a living too, and if they get an opportunity like that, it's going to change. It's going to change the PGA for the long term. I think. I mean, the Live Tour. I don't think it really cares whether it makes any money because it can't really right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
giving away too much.
Yes, and paying too much. But these players are there to stay. I think for quite some time, and you've already seen it affect the PGA Tour with the purses going up. It's affected, of course, the quality of play that we see as well. Even down in the 50 to 100 ranked players are still phenomenal players. It's just not the faces that we're used to seeing.
I think that you can look at the Live Tour in two ways. You can look at it from the fact that some of these players, you dangle that much money, you think to yourself, what would I do in that situation if somebody's guaranteeing me so much money just to come and play?
Yes.
Whether I win or not, it's not even important. It's just to play. I'm signing a contract to come to show up at these tournaments, and then you can win even more money, when you play. You can say, okay, it's got to be tough out there, especially if you're not playing well and you miss a lot of cuts and you're not making much money. Yeah, you can understand. But if you're a purist of the game of golf, then the other side comes in, and that is golf has never been about getting a contract to just show up. It's been about how good am I to go out there and finish in the top 50, finish in the top 70 and make the cut, make money every week. How good am I and how good do I have to get to keep making more money? It was an individual sport, always has been. It's about your dedication, what you're trying to do. And a lot of the purists like Tiger Woods, Roy McIlroy, and a lot of them who have stood up for the PGA are saying, hey, it's taking away from the game of golf. And what they mean by that is it's not pure anymore. We can all go get paid to show up.
Right.
But that doesn't make me a great golfer.
Right.
To go out there and beat you and win that money.
So I think it puts a lot of pressure on the Masters, the U.S. Open, the major tournaments to allow these Live Tour players to still compete just to keep the historical part of the game intact, because it would be similar to all the baseball players get caught juicing, and having to put an asterisk by their name. I mean, if you don't have Dustin Johnson and these great players competing in some of these tournaments, then how much does that win really mean if you weren't competing against the best? I mean, it's incredibly difficult to win at any professional level, but you want to beat the best, and you want the best players out there when you win.
I think you will see the Open, the British Open, the Masters. Those two for sure are probably going to not change anything. Whether the PGA and the U.S. Open do, the U.S. Open probably, I think, will let the Live players still play. The PGA's not going to. Though.
Right, and the PGA most likely won't. And
you can understand because they've already taken a stand and they can't go back on their stand.
Yeah, but I think it's actually one thing that's going to be good is that now the players who didn't have a choice, they have a choice now, and the PGA is not the only game in town. I think they held, which was, Phil Mickelson has been vocal about, Greg Norman, as far as them having too much control over the players, not enough autonomy, and so now, they've got to be able to continue to attract the good players and keep them, and the way they're going to do that is through prize money.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. I mean, because there's pros and cons both ways. There's no doubt about it. I think we're looking right now at number 9. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. No, is that it? Okay, got a little different camera angle.
And I wish I could tell you I don't know which group this is coming up 9. We've had a little lull. Some groups are pretty spread out right now.
Well, he had a good angle to come in from. It didn't look particularly happy with his shot.
I know the two that are 2 under par through 9, Cassidy and Hickerson, are on number 10, and we probably, the way we're set up, won't see them until they get to 17, and we'll be able to pick them up. We should have Faulkner, Quinn, and Cole coming up 18 pretty soon. So we'll step out and take a break right here, and then we'll come back with more of our coverage. Thanks for watching. This is the boys 12th Region Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course on Cool TV.
Uncle Rick, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stay cooler in my man cave.
Well, this is a beer cave, and you can't stay in this cooler forever. But Clark's Pub and Shop can get you through the dog days of summer.
Whether it's fountain drinks at the lowest price or you're filling up the cooler for the family and friends, Clark's has the widest selection, the best prices, and the most helpful staff you'll find anywhere.
Beat the heat at Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return, refresh, refuel.
Are you having trouble keeping your parking lot lit? Is customer safety one of your top priorities? If so, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We have bucket truck and boom crane truck services. We have extensive experience in exterior lighting and parking lot lighting maintenance. No need to ever be in the dark again. Remember, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We will light your path to success.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Hello, I'm Michael Bowling, Senior Vice President of Kentucky Farmers Bank. When you do business with Kentucky Farmers Bank, you're making an investment in your community. Your money stays local, we never sell your loan, and in turn, we invest in local families, churches, schools, and charities. We believe in our community, and that's why we are the better bank for loans.
Kentucky Farmers Bank, the better bank for loans since 1931. Located in Ashland, Summit, and Catlettsburg. KentuckyFarmersBank.com, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-thru. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy, living a life high life.
Someone will be with you, don't know when, don't hold your breath, but keep waiting. You don't have anything better to do.
You know, at First and People's Bank, you don't have to wait for an answer. The decision makers are at the bank, and the friendly tellers are always ready to wait on you. First and People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
Did you miss starting college this month? Maybe you're still waiting on your financial aid to be approved, or you planned on attending a university, but it didn't work out. Well, no worries. Ashland Community and Technical College has a 12-week online session starting September 12th and an 8-week online session starting October 17th. So don't delay. Call 606-326-2000 or stop by one of the 3 ACTC campuses today. It's not too late to further your education at Ashland Community and Technical College. Primary Plus Grayson believes in sharing its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health for the entire family, offering primary care, pediatrics, women's health, counseling services, and an on-site pharmacy all under one roof. Primary Plus Grayson is happy to welcome a new team to their growing family, including pediatrician and internal medicine physician Dr. Kelly Trent, family health nurse practitioners Dawn Jordan and Kelly Sparks, and physician assistant Chris Horde. Primary Plus Grayson, 645 Interstate Drive, always welcoming new patients. Learn more about Primary Plus, its medical team locations, and more at primaryplus.net.
Been looking at some shots of the golf course here at Hidden Cove. While we took a little bit of a break, we've got a big gap out there for some reason. Don't know why.
Don't know
Lee,
why.
but when you have a shotgun start, it should keep flowing. But every now and then somebody gets in trouble and gets behind, and everybody has to wait. And so we've had a little bit of a gap, but we got a group coming up 18 right now, and probably got a group on 17 and a group on 17T right now. So it's starting to pick back up again.
Yeah, if you have some players, multiple players especially, having to look for golf balls, it can slow things up sometimes.
This group coming up 18 right now, you had one tee shot that looked like it ended up in pretty good shape down close to the ravine. The other two were off to the right of the fairway, to the left as we view it, but if you're coming towards the hole, to the right. So they were over there looking for balls, and that's the problem coming off this 18 tee box too, is that you've got woods on both sides. And
Yes.
if you don't hit the fairway, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and there's not really rough there, I don't believe either. It's all fairway or woods.
Yeah,
So,
especially left. I mean, you're not even woods. You're going woods downhill.
yes.
I mean, you're just dead in that situation.
Yeah, you're dropping one out from there for sure. But we have a player here, looks like he's in fine shape there, almost the middle of the fairway, looking right up the hill at the green. Hopefully he can get it up on there and get a birdie putt. We'd like to see one of those.
I think this is Faulkner of Elliott County, Quinn of Russell, and Cole of Fleming County, unless they got out of order somewhere. And this probably would be the Lewis County player, I would
I see
think.
the blue shirt, so.
And shot that's going to come up short, but
Yeah, good shape.
not a bad shot from where he was.
Right.
Had it online, just
Yes.
not enough oomph behind it.
Now, either this player knocked it dangerously close to the ravine or he's having to take a drop.
Right. And I think he's the one that I think got it down there with his tee shot. And that's a tough shot from there because you do have to pay attention to the trees on your left, depending on, and probably go for the right side of the green, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the right side of that green from down there is all hidden.
Yes.
And you don't, if you're not familiar with the course, you may not even know there's green over there. So I'd say a lot of the players, unless they're, East Carter, West Carter, a local team, that's where this course knowledge would really help you.
I think he is, maybe has to take a drop. I don't know. Looks like he's going back.
Now, he should be able to take a drop from where the ball entered the hazard if he, in fact, did get one in the hazard and he's looking like he's getting another ball out of his bag.
Mm-hmm.
And from that point of entry, if you keep that point in between you and the flag stick, you can go back as far as you want, which is one option. Of course, you always have the option to re-tee.
Which on a hole like this, I would think you would take the first option that you mentioned, and that is to drop between the flag stick and where you went in, and you can go back as far as you want to give yourself that comfortable distance that you want.
Right. Another left-handed player, Jim.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. A lot of young players and a lot of lefties.
Mm-hmm. Something bothered him in his backswing there.
He's going to back up, start all over. Looks like he's got his coach out there with him. Try to get you some updates on some of the scores as we can. The last we had is through 9 holes, Hickerson and Cassidy. Hickerson of Fleming County, Cassidy of Russell were -2, and they were the leaders.
Yeah, those are that's great scoring, and as you mentioned, this wind is picking up. So, if they were going to get their scoring done this morning, would have been a better opportunity.
Yeah, there's a slight chance of a pop-up shower And what happens is the sun comes up. Here comes one that you probably couldn't see, but coming from the right side of the fairway and getting up at least over top of the ridge. Should have a, and here comes a shot. Looks like that one's going to get to the green.
Made a good strike.
No, just short.
Oh, he was right at it too. Well, most of those players aren't judging the distance because of that hill. Given enough credit for that hill, playing a little bit further.
Yeah, because it is uphill. No matter what you might think the yardage is back there, you got to add a little bit to it because it's uphill all the way.
And we're not seeing the ball bounce either. There must be some kind of thick Bermuda. They're short, grabbing those short shots and not letting them feed up to the green.
So we're going to have 3 chips here at 18. Faulkner, Quinn, and Cole, we believe, is who it is. Again, as I was getting ready to say, is once the sun comes out, it heats things up a little bit, and you could have a pop-up shower somewhere along the line, and that's usually when the wind picks up, you feel something coming in, but we hope it bypasses us and we can get this entire tournament in today.
That would be terrific.
Hate to see weather come into play at all.
No, but as a player, you know, you just have to keep your focus. It's hard to do in any kind of delay, getting stiff or losing momentum. But it's just another challenge that the game presents to you that you got to work through.
And golf is one of those games, and you know, if it's raining, you're still going to play, and the only time they're going to take you off the course is if there's lightning, you know, or such a torrential rainfall that
makes it unplayable.
Unplayable.
Well, I've seen a few of those days. Those are, you really separate the mutters on those days.
Absolutely. You know, and there are some people who play well in bad weather. You ever?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they do.
Tom Watson was always kind of happy to see the bad weather come because he knew that he could keep his concentration, and where other players would not be able to deal with it, he just grasped it and embraced it.
Love seeing interviews with Tom Watson in the past and his take of the game, and you're right. A lot of his was based on confidence. He knew what he could do, and he knew that if anything affected you, it wasn't going to affect him, and he was going to get an advantage on you because of that.
Yeah, he was a very confident player, and he hit his putts confidently.
He did.
He would always kind of hit them very firmly and take that break out, and then when he started putting poorly, he couldn't do that any longer. But he always struck the ball well, even later in very late in his career, still struck the ball beautifully.
Little approach shot coming up the hill. Ian is probably, 15 paces on, maybe 10 paces on?
10 paces or so on the green and on the back level. It looks like it's going to be pin high.
Yeah, it stayed.
Yeah, very nice. Had a lot of action on that ball.
Did. Got it pin high on the right level. Still going to have a little break in that putt because that hole's just in a tough place.
I believe that's going to be a par putt for him.
We haven't seen too many of them. Straightforward chip here, and just didn't got too far under that one.
Yep.
Tried to help it.
Tried to help it. Probably used a little too much lofted club.
On the green, but a tough putt up that ridge.
Kids have good concentration.
Bladed that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Saw one there, too much loft, and that one not enough loft.
Yes, yes.
And chipping is such a fine art, isn't it?
Well, it is, and we don't know what kind of lie he had down there. It could have been a very tight lie where he didn't have much grass under the ball, or he may have just looked up a little bit, but it happens to all of us. And we just go chase it down and hit the next one.
I believe getting ready to putt right here should be Caleb Perkins of Morgan County. Just didn't give it enough. Boy, that putt from down there is fooling a lot of people.
Yeah, I think most of the players have missed it to the players left from down there. The bridge may be throwing it off a little bit. But, you know, if you can just get it pin high, get it up on the right tier pin high and leave yourself an opportunity, he still probably has 12 feet left. This one should go a little to his right, the player's right.
This, I believe, is Cole Aiden Cole of Lewis County. Trying to keep track of these for you. But the other putter, that was the player from Elliott County, Faulkner.
Player's just not given enough credit for that right-hand break in that putt.
I would have thought he wasn't set to go yet, but and this one
he started left and went
started left, stayed left, didn't play the break at all, and too much.
Well, the other one putted immediately, so
So I don't think we're going to see any pars out of this group.
Nope. And we have the other group behind them waiting to come in.
Yep, we'll have Jinks, Perkins, and Gilbert.
You left that one a little bit short up that hill. Take your time. There you go.
And this should be Faulkner of Elliott County. Shouldn't be much in this one. Gonna take the flag out there.
Yeah. You know, the science dictates that you should always take that flag out putting. That's what they've come up with. It's going to
That's a rule
negatively
change.
deflect the ball more than it's going to help.
Well, you know, I could almost see that. If it hits it.
One thing's for sure, there's more room.
There's more room without it there. Oh.
Oh, that's disappointing for him. There were a couple of Faulkner twins came out of Elliott County that were awfully good basketball players and became fine golfers.
Yes, they did. And been good coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Tap in there for the young man. That's Eli Quinn of Morgan County. Just tapped in. Leaf's going to have to leave us now.
Well, I really enjoyed myself.
You coming.
Enjoyed it. Had a beautiful day, and thank you for the opportunity. It's really great to watch these young people come out here and compete, and watch them grow as players through the years. So, you guys are doing a great job. I think you can commentate about anything.
I'll give it a shot anyway. Thanks for coming.
Thanks
it's
a lot.
Been a big help.
I
Really
appreciate
has.
it.
Appreciate it. Leaf Clark of Leaf Clark Wealth Management. Our thanks to him for helping us out here at the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament. Got a group coming up, 18 right now, so we'll just keep it here at 18. And this should be Avery Jinks of Lawrence County, Caleb Perkins of Morgan County, and Tristan Gilbert of Lewis County getting ready to come up. Hit their second shots. Looks like we got a couple of them to the far left of the fairway. Got a couple right in the fairway that's made good tee shots. Should have a good shot coming into this 18th green. We'll get James Collier up here with us in a bit. Right now he's still doing a lot of technical stuff. MJ McKay producing the show. And some Raceland High School students helping us out. Camera shots, and looking right now at the 18th fairway as got a player I think getting ready to hit from maybe over on the right side. We've got 2 there in the fairway. Again, we'll try to get a couple of updates on scores in a little bit. So this is the player over towards the right of the fairway. And shot coming in, did not get to the green. Now from right in the middle, a little bit of a downhill stance. And again, not able to get to the green. And now this should be Caleb Perkins of Morgan County. I think the first 2 might have put it in the ravine and will have to drop. Perkins from Morgan County, another lefty. Taking a couple of practice swings, and his second shot coming to the 18th. And don't know if he got across the ravine or not, but it went dead right on him. He lifted up on that one. It was a line drive dead right. And he's going to have to drop as it did not get across the ravine. So all 3 of them hits it into the ravine. And here comes the fourth shot for all 3 of these players. Oh, actually, their 3rd shot. Tee shot, 2 in, 3 out. Nope, their 4th shot. One probably about 30 yards short of the green to the right. The other one comes up a little bit closer, more towards the front of the green. And now the 3rd player also having to drop and hit the shot. It's coming. Might have a chance to get there. With a good bounce and stays on the little hill. Again, a lot of these players really struggling coming up 18, trying to judge the distance with this uphill 2nd or 3rd shot, depending on what they've done with their 2nd shot. All of these players put their 2nd shots in the ravine. So they had to drop 3 and hitting 4 coming up. And again, we've only seen a couple of pars our whole time watching 18, and very few, well, none, no birdies, and only a couple of pars on this tough 18th hole. And James Collier has finally made it with me.
I've got one, I think, MJ. I think we're working. How are you doing, Jim?
I'm doing okay. Appreciate Leif Clark and the knowledge that he brought.
Absolutely.
You know, he's a past winner of this many years ago.
Spent a few years down at UK playing golf.
Yes, he did.
So,
and still a good golfer.
Yes. Always good to have that side of the knowledge. You know, golf is not an easy sport. It's especially, it's probably, I would say, as tough as filling time as baseball. There's a lot of time in between.
Yes. And you know, I think most people know that if they know golf at all.
Yes.
You got to kill a lot of time, but especially broadcasting it. It's not like TV where you've got cameras on every hole and you can go to everything you want. But it's been fun so far. It's been fun talking to Leif and listening to his knowledge of golf and watching some of these young players. And they're really struggling coming up 18.
Yeah, the wind is really blowing around, and I was bouncing back between 17 and 18, and you can really feel there's crosswind coming in, and looking at some of the shots coming up 18. They're pushing them over into that trees, and that is not the approach that you want to be at this green. You need to be off on that left-hand side as you're coming in to have an approach at the green.
And their shot coming in is they're just not realizing, here's a really good chip, though. Going to leave about 3 feet.
Yeah, that's a nice tap in right there. Beautiful placement, just enough to get it on the green and let it roll. And you have to wonder here in this latter part of the afternoon with this wind, the sun, these greens probably going to heat up a little bit.
Yep. Coming with another chip, got it on the right level, a good chip again. Going to leave about 4 or 5 feet. Now, where this hole's cut on 18, it's not easy because it's on a little bit of a ridge and there's a lot of break, even in some of these small putts.
Well, and the placement is you've got that little ridge right there on the back side of it. So as you come in, if you catch that ridge wrong, it's going to, almost like a trampoline, it's going to pounce off of it and kick past the hole. So you certainly want to be below the hole today when you're rolling it up. If you roll past the hole, it's going to be a downhill. It's got a lot of break from right to left going back down the hill.
You almost, I think, want to be on this green, be a little bit right and below the hole.
Yes.
That you take a little bit of the break out when you do that. If you're too far back, it's too much. And here we see the player. I think that is Jinx. No, excuse me. That's probably Gilbert from Lewis County. I think. Not sure. Trying to look at their shirts. Morgan County's in the dark blue.
Lawrence County's in the black.
Yeah.
So that would be Gilbert from Lewis
Gilbert's
County.
In the black.
Yes.
This is Jinx, who just sort of flubbed that chip a little bit, and that happens. You get in the rough, you especially get on a ridge where you're afraid that if you don't hit it just right, it's going to go scooting past the hole.
Yes.
Just got too much under it. After a big lull for some reason, now we're starting to get back in sync because we've got another group already heading down 18 or getting ready to. It's a putt, and it's going to leave it short. And again, it's uphill because of that ridge, and it's fooling a lot of players.
And it's, again, if you're going to miss it, though, miss it low. Because then you've got a slick little 3-4 footer coming back that's got that break on it, and you can run that thing all the way back down the hillside if you tap it too much.
This should be Perkins of Morgan County. Seen a lot of left-handed golfers out here today.
And that right there is that push I was talking about right off the left cup.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of young golfers.
Yes, there were several eighth graders, a lot of freshmen.
There's probably 30 if you combine them, 8th and 9th graders. And this group out here has just really struggled on this hole. It ate them alive in the fairway, and it's continued to get them here on the green. The whole time we've been watching, we have only seen one par. It's hard to judge that second shot to get it on the green. And then you, depending on where you are on the green, you've got to read that putt and give it either don't give it too much because you're going downhill, or give it enough to get it uphill.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is that, again, if you're going to miss it, you want to miss it on the downhill side because you don't want that slick putt coming back through that makes it move so much.
So we got another group on the 18th tee, and that should be Deuce Markham, Tristan Frederick, and Corey Hell. Hell from Boyd County, Frederick from Morgan County, and Markham from Lawrence County, I believe. That'll be coming up. And like you said, on this hole, you've played this course, and I have too. It is a tough hole. It used to be number 9 when they first opened.
Yeah, they rearranged all of the holes from when they originally opened to what it is now. So.
And they did that, I think, for a couple of reasons. Number one, they built the clubhouse, and then decided after they built the clubhouse and this nice area on the back that it should be overlooking the last hole. Mm-hmm. And for tournaments and stuff, 18 would be, this hole would be a perfect finishing hole because it's a tough finishing hole, really tough. And no. How about potential? Can't see my phone. The sun.
You look at the 18th hole, playing 372 yards today.
Uphill, though.
Yes, uphill, and that crosswind really blowing from, as the golfers are looking at it, from the left to the right.
And, you know, here's the problem we've seen with most of the golfers who are playing this hole. You want to get your tee shot in the fairway. what happens is if you get it too far down the fairway, you've got a downhill stance.
Yes.
And one of the toughest shots in golf, I think, is the ball is below your feet, but you're hitting uphill. And everybody's misjudging that because the ball's below their feet. They got to try to get enough distance to get it there, and they're just misjudging the distance because if it says they're 160 yards out, it's probably playing 170 or 175 because it's uphill.
Well, and looking at the marker for the golf course, that little ravine that you can see there that cuts across, and again, you do not
And you
want to
see
get
a
down
lot
in
of
there.
balls in there.
You can see a lot of balls down in there, but from today's tees, it's only 246 of that spot from the pins. So you definitely got to think about
what
club are you
gonna
going to go with? Are you going to take an iron to try to lay up with? And I would say there's been a lot of irons off of this hole because you're not going to try to clear that by any means. So, and it's again, you don't want to be on that downhill lie. You'd like to be up there on that top knoll as much as possible. If you're on that top knoll, you're in between about 170, 175 total yardage coming back into the hole. So it's any time that you can't get a nice flat lie, you don't want to put yourself in between clubs.
Right. And even if you're on top of that knoll and you're 175 in, you better play it like it's 185.
When you've got two bunkers on the front of the screen, and most of the course, the way we see the course play today, because of where the pin is, those bunkers are really not in play.
No.
So
what's in play in this hole is that mound, which sort of obscures the view of the pin. You can see the flag, but you can't see the bottom of the flag stick.
Well,
and that sort of obscures it a little bit. And a lot of balls have come up on that little mound.
And you can see right now from the view, this camera angle that you can see, this is from the right-hand side as we view it here from the clubhouse of 18. And the golfer is every bit of 30, 40 feet below the hole.
Oh, absolutely. And you're talking right now, like you said, probably that ravine is probably what, 150, 140?
Yeah, you're right at the ravine. You're looking just about 135, 140 yards right at the face of it.
Yeah.
And that's the golfer that we've got here on our screen. That's the position that he is in. I believe this is Corey Howell out of Boyd County.
Yep. It should, yep.
Boyd County in the reds today. I believe Lawrence County's in the blacks or the grays, one of the two. That's the group that we're looking
and
at right
Morgan
now.
County's in the blues.
Yes.
So it looks like, don't know where the other player
I'm guessing
is.
he's off of our screen because Hale is standing there ready to go, and now he looks like he's going to make his approach.
And again, he needs to play this like 155, 160 yard shot to get, I think, to the center of the green or maybe a little bit past the pin would be okay.
Well, and a lot of problems that we've seen with this hole today is that you get golfers that they go at the pin.
Yeah. That's a very high shot coming in. And not bad leave.
Left it short, but he's below the hole. And he's got a decision there. Does he want to go with a chip and a little flop there, a bump and run, or does he want to bring the putter out?
Yep. We have seen a couple people on the fringe on this hole in different areas decide to putt, and the fringe has cost them a little bit trying to putt. We have seen them trying to chip from that mound and trying to help it too much. This looks more like a more flat lie away from the. It's not as bad as being on that mound, that's for sure.
Yes. Yeah, if he's going to miss it any place around the mound, he picked the perfect place to miss it because he does have options. He doesn't have that mound that's going to affect his backswing. He's got a fairly flat lie there. The ball's going to be slightly below his holes, or his feet, excuse me. So now we've got the young man from Morgan County.
Yeah, he's on what would be the left side of the fairway. Waiting, I guess. See if that's him or coach. I think he was watching another player hit from to the extreme right.
Yeah, the Morgan County golfer was over on that extreme right, and I couldn't see it on the screen. He either flopped it into trouble or I didn't see him come toward the green.
Somebody's going to go help find the ball.
Yeah,
So.
that looked like it was headed well right.
And that's one of the things that you can do is not only the coach, but the parent, friend, whoever you have, can go help you find the ball.
Yeah, there are some rules that that affect what they can and cannot do. Spectators have to stay a certain amount of distance from the golfers at all times. Only the coach can coach, so you can't have mom and dad out there that's trying to lend it, or your swing coach. If some of those have swing coaches, it's only your golf coach.
Looks like the Lawrence or the Boyd County player, somebody might have went in the ravine or just got across. Because they're still well below the ridge coming up. You've got one up near the green, and they're looking for a ball that would be off to the right into the woods.
Just off the putting surface.
And depending on how far that ball went in, that might not be findable.
Yes. And then
there is a little area, clear out area over there, Leaf and I were talking about, that I've been in many a time. and you can get a shot, and you almost have a direct shot at the pin where the pin is today.
Yeah, the thing is that if you could get it off to the right, you've got this little knoll here that's got some weedy and some wild flowers around it. But on the back side of that, you could do a flop shot over top of that and land it up onto the green.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got a ball that's well deep into this.
But where they're looking, it looks like it's nowhere near in the clear out area and has went into the woods a little bit, and they'll have a little bit of time to look for it, and then they'll have to take a stroke. So we'll try to get an update on some other scores as they become available. Well, you had a couple players out there, and Hickerson, Fleming County, and Cassidy from Russell, 2 under through 9. That's pretty good shooting.
That's a pretty
out
good
here.
Pretty good round out here. For the most part, they're playing from the second pins back. I talked with Jason McGlone this morning and Steve Kennedy, and he said there was a couple of holes they shortened up. So they took number 9. Number 9 typically plays 327 from the second tee back.
Mm-hmm.
They moved it up on the third tee. So made it 278. That's drivable.
Oh.
So they added that element to number 9 to let some kids, if they wanted to try to go after the green. And I was over on number 9 just a few moments ago, and there was a couple of kids that got up near the green off the tee box. So just trying to add a little bit of element to it of that risk if you want to go with it.
And there is some risk even in trying to go for the green because you have, if I'm not mistaken, the road on one side.
Well, you've got the road that goes over to the clubhouse where the cart barn is on one side, and then you've got water on the right-hand side, and it's covered by 2 bunkers on the front part of the green and then a bunker on the back side. So,
if you're trying to go for the green and it goes, if it fades on you or you slice it just a little bit to the right, you're in
wet.
the water.
Yeah. The safest play on that one is just come off the tee box, leave yourself just shy of that water. That'll put you around 80 to 100 yards into the green on that hole. 15th easiest hole on the course, but a good hole without a doubt. When you add that element of can I bring that big stick out, it certainly changes your approach to that hole for sure.
We got 2 players with red shirts, so we're trying to figure out who's who. One's from Lawrence County, one's from Boyd County. And then I think Markham from Lawrence County is the one who has to drop. But here's the approach shot from straight on, and it's going to be short.
Yeah, left that one well short.
Got on the green on the putting surface, but that's not an easy putt. You got to come up over that ridge, and then it's going to break.
All right, here's our gentleman out of Morgan County. He's under a tree just off the bottom side of that knoll. So he's got a tough shot. He's going to have to come up over top of that knoll and try to land it on the green. If he lands it on the knoll, it's going to kick forward.
This is Tristan Frederick of Morgan County.
Got to go.
Nope, not going to get there. Well,
got a good release.
Still below the ridge, so he's going to have an uphill putt. So we got all 3 of them ready to go, and we'll have 3 putts here. So we've been noticing, I think they've been playing lift and
lift,
place.
yeah, lift clean
clean
in
and
place until you get to the green. Now,
Right.
the one thing they said this morning was you cannot lift clean and replace into a better lie. So you can't go from the rough into the fairway. You have to stay in the same cut of grass that you're in. But it was wet this morning. Luckily the clouds kept the fog away, so we didn't have any delays there. But golf course is in pristine condition.
Getting the putt from down below, as we told you, would be a tough putt, and it was. Just a lot of players having a hard time reading it because that ridge is just it's so much deeper than you think it is, and that it looks on the TV screen.
Now the groups that we were talking about earlier, those ones that had those nice rounds coming in, we're going to put a chase group with those coming in. So we'll pick them up at 15, and we'll have live scoring from them coming in toward 18 and stuff. So
again, not enough, and we've seen that over and over and over again today.
And you have to think, are the golfers thinking that maybe these greens have dried out and sped up a little bit? And you right there, you just certainly didn't see it. It was a very laggy putt.
And if you're on this side, the side we're on, if you're on past the pin going the other way, they are fast.
Yes.
I mean, they roll past the green, past the pin. See, this time, and this is what gets most golfers, is the first one he left way short, and this time he put too much into it, and he still got, 8 feet coming back.
That one there just slid past that outside edge.
The thing about them, they also play ready golf. I mean, if you're ready when you get to the green, you just go ahead and putt. Make a difference if you're out or not. Oh, goodness.
So a costly 4-putt there.
And that's not the first 4-putt we've seen today.
Well, that's that issue, too, of maybe just rushing yourself a little bit too much when you slide one past and you're trying to finish, and you can take a 6 and turn it into a 7 or an 8 very, very quickly.
That ridge is really playing havoc with these players, even when you're close to the pin. It's just so much break to it. So the group we got back in the fairway right now should be Reese Hughes of Lawrence County, Grayson Hampton of Morgan County, and Ethan Reardon of Boyd County coming up. See Larry Sloan.
Yeah, talked to Coach Sloan a little bit ago. We're on 9. Whenever we were rolling through, I got a chance to say hello to him, and saw Coach Jeremy Webb from West Carter this morning. He kind of looked at me and said, "What in the world are you doing?" I said, "We're covering golf, my friend."
Yeah, saw him. He was here at 18 watching one of the players. Don't know what Rowland County's got this year and who their Will Jones, I would think, is their top
Will
player.
Jones and Ryland Bailey. That's their 1 and 2s. But that 1 and 2 group coming in there, that is going to be a phenomenal finish coming down the stretch. Those guys put up some nice numbers coming in.
Bailey was not playing well through 9. And that's the thing Leaf and I talked about earlier, is the fact that, you've got, this should be, I would think, this is Frederick of Morgan County getting ready to hit in the middle of the fairway.
Yes.
But it's an individual sport, but today it's also a team sport. And
yes.
you need your teammates to help you out. A nice little draw coming in here, maybe a little too much, but it's on the green and just trickles off the green. That's going to be a
tricky one.
Tricky one, because it's going to be a little downhill with some break to it.
It's just behind the trees over on that side of the fairway, and had to make that little hook. But nice shot for certain. Now we've got Lawrence County.
Would be
Deuce Markham.
Deuce Markham.
Some form of looks like a fairway wood. Right on top of the knoll.
And probably, like you said, 175 out.
And that's in right. Now, it did come through clean.
Yep, sure did.
So
he'll have a chip up at the flag from there, because there's an opening. He's behind the big mound to the right of the green. And we still should have one more to play. And I don't know where, looking for the tee shot.
Unless he rolled it all the way down toward the bottom of the hill, which is kind of where he is walking toward.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing on this hole, which makes it such a tough hole is you've got to judge that tee shot.
Looks like he judged it just about perfect because he is right at the base of that hillside.
And if it is, that's a perfect place to be.
Now, looking at the screen there, so that white and black stick, that's your 150 marker. That's what you see on your screen there. So now that's not the angle that you want to see there. Is now
But
people
I
walking
think they're
in
looking,
front.
so I don't think
Maybe this rolled too far.
I think he rode too far, which is going to mean he's going to have to drop it. And he can drop it anywhere on a line from where it went in and the pin as far back as he wants.
Yes.
So for you who might not know the rules of golf, you don't have to drop it right where it went in. You can go back 10 yards, 15 yards, whatever you feel comfortable with, as long as it's in line. You can even go back and tee it again if you want to, but why would you do that?
Well, and the only time that you have to tee it again is if you hit OB.
Yes.
Now, if you go OB out of the tee box, then you have to go back and re-tee. But any place within the in-play of the golf course, you have a drop zone.
Yeah. And you would want to get a really good level place. And then today, since it's clean lift in place, you can pretty much drop it where you want to. You're not really dropping it; you're placing it.
Yeah, because when you do a drop, and again, this is going back if not those familiar with it. So you hold your arm directly out away from your body, and you let go of the ball, and you can drop it 3 times. It cannot roll past your feet to where it goes closer to the hole. And then after the 3rd time, if it won't stay where it's supposed to, then you can place the ball at that point. But today, don't have to worry with that because you do have the lift, clean, and replace.
Just barely got it over the ravine, and it's going to come up behind that little mound, sort of top that a little bit.
Yeah, you'll have a tough little chip right there on the front of that green, or front side of the green.
And we've seen a lot of them from there. And you have to hit that ball on the downslope of the mound soft enough that it's not going to roll too far past the pin. And you don't want it to roll to your left because it's going to go downhill that way. You want to play it to the right of the pin if you can, but not a long way right, because then you got a downhill putt. So this group struggling a little bit coming up on 18, which has been a very, very tough hole. We could see a lot of excitement here coming down the stretch.
Yeah, I think so. Once we get into those,
depending on how close the scores are, because this is a tough hole.
That's the only downside of today's coverage is trying to find a way to get about the scoring and stuff. And again, everything that we pass along is totally unofficial. But it's just there is very little cell service here. If you have Verizon and T-Mobile, you've got a chance. But AT&T is a death valley.
Yeah.
You have nothing. So. Unlike some golf courses where you've got really good cellular service and you can input that in and you've got a live scoring system, you don't have that here. So all scoring will be tabulated back at the tent when they finish, and then they will sign their scorecards, they'll tally everything, and then that's when they'll announce. So they'll crown a team champion, a team region champion, and then they will also crown the regional champion, and they have 7 medalists past that. So basically 7 runners-up that they will give. I was talking with Coach McGlone earlier this week, and that's what he was telling me that they will do.
And the team gets to go to the state tournament. And here's a chip and really done very, very well.
Nice touch right there. Left it on the bottom side of the hole. He'll have a tricky little...
Yeah, it's still a tricky putt.
That's a little slider, 2-3 footer there under the hole, but it's a nice little chip.
The team gets to go to the state, and then your individual winner also gets to go to the state.
There's another dandy flop, but that one just passed the hole a little bit too much. And you can see right there, as it got to the hole, it released.
Yes. And it's going to be a downhill putt, and it's going to go right to left. And a lot of people have been missing it. And this is a chip coming from a totally different angle.
Now, this is downhill, so he wants to start this off to his right and let that ball trickle back to the hole. Probably some good 4 or 5 feet out to the right.
Nice little flop.
Perfect.
And
let it roll in there, just a little too fast.
It's pretty fast when it hits because it's downhill. Probably needed to leave that on the green back another 2 or 3 feet, and he would have had a really good shot. So 3 players here, and we're not going to see any pars out of this group. It's just been a tough hole. You got Reese Hughes, Grayson Hampton, and Ethan Reardon on the green right now. Hughes is from Lawrence County, Hampton from Morgan County, Reardon from Boyd County. And teeing off back at 18 is Montgomery, Mays, and Cook. And thought that was going to break a whole lot more than it did. It stayed pretty straight. Now, I don't know, if I was a golfer in a tournament like this, would I want, nice roll, get in.
Get in there.
Would I want this hole to be the finishing hole? Now, we say finishing hole. For a lot of these golfers, it's not the finishing hole because we had a shotgun start.
Yeah.
For the ones that started on one, it will be.
Yeah.
But would I want this to be the finishing hole and think I had a really good round going until I got here and I messed it up?
And then mess it
or
all
would
up.
I want it to be 9 and think, well, at least I got 9 more holes?
Exactly.
Now, the two that were in the lead at the last report we had, Hickerson and Cassidy, started on one, and they'll finish up
They'll
here.
finish
and
up here.
If they're still scoring well, this will be the finishing hole for them. And we'll have an update, like James said, hopefully when they get to like 15.
Yeah, we're gonna put a person at 15 when they come off of 15 green. So we'll have an update of those two groups there, and then we'll chase the last group of Feldhouse, Cassidy, Hickerson, and Jones.
And they should be on about 13 right now.
Yeah.
As now we've got back in the fairway, Montgomery, Mays, and Cook. Montgomery of Lawrence County, Mays of Morgan County, and Cook of Boyd County. And it looks like one of them's on a severe downslope, and one of them is maybe up on top.
Yeah, we've got a golf cart right there in the top, so
somebody's looking for a ball.
Yeah, that's usually not a good indication. I can see a ball.
Yes, coming down.
That's starting down the hill. So
which makes this second shot really tough because the ball's below your feet, but you're hitting uphill. Tough shot. And we got a player that's well off to the left of the fairway, walking. Either a player or a coach, can't tell. A player coming now.
We've got one in the fairway right now. That's an easy, looks like about 200 behind it, well off to that left-hand side.
Let's have a player over to the right of the fairway, behind the trees as we view it.
I don't think it made it through the trees.
Nope. Just hit and did not make it. Seen a lot of balls in the ravine or in the trees, unfindable.
That's the thing with those balls. When they get down in that stuff, they just settle. They go in, especially if you've got a lot of loft to them and stuff. You're not going to dig them out.
Well, while we're waiting, we're going to take another break, and then we'll come back and we'll get these players as they come to the 18th green. And stick around. We'll try to get some scores for you, too, and pass those along, see who's leading this thing, and try to follow the leaders on in. We'll do all of that and more when we come back. You're watching the boys' 12th Region Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson on Cool TV.
Your Country Chevrolet in Grayson needs your vehicle. We're low on inventory and prepared to make you an offer on the spot to buy your car, even if you don't buy one of ours. Literally within 10 minutes of coming in, we'll have you a cash offer. Have a payoff on it? No problem. We'll pay that loan off and write you a check for the balance. Just bring your title, driver's license, all your keys, and most recent payment statement so we can get the payoff. We'll even drive you home if you need. Your Country Chevrolet, ready to buy. Let us put cash in your pocket. Visit us online, purecountrychevrolet.com, or call us 606-474-5116. Pure Country Chevrolet, find new roads.
Smithfield Foods in Grayson is a proud community partner, taking pride in providing a safe and friendly environment for their workers and for the community. Smithfield Foods is always ready to support our growing community any way they can. Smithfield Foods is the world's largest pork processor and hog producer, and they're committed to providing good food in a responsible and environmentally safe way. Proud to be a part of the community. Smithfield Foods in Grayson.
You've thought for a long time about keeping your firearms and valuables safe and out of harm's way. Borders Sporting Goods has the area's greatest selection of Liberty safes and a wide range of sizes, styles, and colors. And Borders also has the Tri-State's best and most complete selection of firearms, hunting supplies, fishing supplies, archery supplies, knives, camo, and boots. From the smallest fishing hook to the largest Liberty safe, the best brands, the best selection, and the best prices in the Tri-State are at Borders Sporting Goods, Route 60 West in Ashland, where your money will be well spent.
Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk. With 30 years of experience, Kim Fannin Mullins has been dedicated to helping all the citizens of Greenup County. Hardworking and honest, Kim Fannin Mullins is up to date on technology and procedures, will have an open door policy, and will go above and beyond for the staff and community. She spent over 20 years working with the youth of the county. Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk.
This is Kim Fannin Mullins, and I paid for and approved this message.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament here at Hidden Cove Golf Course. Beautiful day for golf. Started out cloudy, got a little windy, sun came out, now winds died down a little bit, a little warm. A player ball below his feet, coming to the 18th green, and of course, it's an uphill shot. You got to get across the ravine. And ball is on the way, and it looks like it's going to be short and to the left, but left himself where he can possibly get it close and get it up and down. This threesome is J.D. Montgomery of Lawrence County, Braden Mays of Morgan County, and Blake Cook of Boyd County. Trying to get some updates on some scores, like Jameson was talking. No live scoring here, so we have to try and get scores from out on the course, and we know that there was two unders through 9. We haven't heard anything better than that yet, but we'll try to check for you and see if there's anything better than that. As these three players James took a break and got him something to eat, too.
Well, I've been eating on that Pop-Tart for 4 hours a day.
Yeah. I'm going to take a break in a minute and get a hot dog.
I will get to that at some point. But,
well past lunch right now.
Yes. Making certain all the students out here that's working with us today, all those are taken care of. And
yeah, and we appreciate them from Raceland.
Yes, done a fabulous job. Hunter Masters, Mason May, Olivia Porter, and Brooklyn Kersey. That's who you see on your cameras today. And they have done a phenomenal job.
They have.
You know, first time ever doing golf. And, you know, we've had to make some adjustments to it and stuff. And they've learned. That's the thing. It's almost, you hear the word coachable. They're coachable.
Yeah, they are very much coachable. And with, you know, at least with the technology that we have today, it's a little bit easier doing golf than it was the first time I did golf.
Yes.
Which I'm telling my age, but I did a Morehead State University tournament at Eagle Trace, and we had to figure out a way to send people out with walkie-talkies and hook them up to our system so that we could go to them for a live report from a green.
Nice.
But it worked.
It worked.
And we couldn't see, but we could hear them.
Now, you talk about technology. If you saw our production table back here, you would not think it's technology by any means.
No, I don't know how we're going to not forget something today. There are too many wires and pieces of equipment everywhere.
Yeah, it's but I mean, it's because of that technology of the stuff that we've got.
Nice shot by the Morgan County player Mays to get it on the back of the green.
Green side here at 18.
Got one.
I believe this is the Lawrence County.
Off to the right here,
yes.
Getting ready. And that would be J.D. Montgomery.
Senior from Lawrence. They teed off on hole number 5 this morning. Got the Boyd County golfer, looks like at the front of the green, and maybe, I guess Montgomery may go now. This is a tough shot too because he's got the ball. It's a side heel lie.
I think they're trying to determine who's going to go. Should be the Boyd County player.
There we go. So Blake Cook. Going a little bump and run. It's got a check. Oh, and it did.
Oh.
Beautiful shot right there.
Nice shot. Just past the hole. Still a little sidewinder of a putt. Is he okay?
He's okay. Yeah. He just crushed a milk crate, but he's okay. All right, now Montgomery is going to, again, we see that rule in place right there, lift, clean the place. So he puts a tee in the ground, makes the adjustment to his ball. Looks like he's going to go with a lofted shot here. Try to get this one up in the air really high and just let it run.
Got a pretty straightforward shot. As long as he keeps it to the right side of the pin, I think he's okay.
Yes. Definitely don't want to miss this left.
No, too far left, you're down the hill.
And you can see the pin just off to the right of your screen. And almost probably about center cut of your screen is where he wants this ball to fly to.
Too far.
Yeah.
Oh, hit the flagstick.
Wow.
That would have been too far.
It would have been too far, but...
Instead, it's going to be a great shot. Almost put it in after it hit the flagstick.
It was definitely too much on it, but the flag certainly helped him there. So he'll finish that tap in. And again, not 100%. Jim, that may be our first birdie we've seen here today.
No, I think that was...
Or was that his third shot?
That was probably his third or fourth shot.
Okay.
It might be a par.
Either way. And something unique that we've not seen a lot today, the flag actually coming out.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players take it out, though. Leaf and I were talking about that after they changed that rule during COVID. You know, it's when they made that rule change. You know, there's different theories behind it, but like Leaf said, hey, a lot more room if you take it out. But it can also stop balls, too. There's that putt that breaks, got that severe break.
Right there at the end.
And it's because it's right on that ridge, and you've got to play that putt way outside to the right of the cup coming downhill. And speed's a factor, too.
Now, this putt right here, this is a tricky putt. About 3.5, 4 feet. You don't want to get real fancy with this one. No. Firm this to the back of the cup, maybe just a slight tick to the right edge.
Yes, because it's going to break a little bit if you don't have enough speed on it.
Nice roll. Yes, very good. And this one right here is another putt, about the same, about 3 feet. Just firm it to the back of the cup. Great angle there. Yep, nice roll.
Nice putts there. And we've got another group already out in the fairway. Should be Quinn Grooms of Mason County, Torn Kirk of Russell, and Kane Roberts of Fleming, and Mason Minor of Rowan. This should be a 4-man group. I think they might be 4 coming in.
I think we're 4 coming in on these groups here.
Oh, if we're right or not, when either 3 or 4.
Yeah, if we look down to see 3 or 4 people.
But I think we are, because I would assume that Fleming would be in orange, maybe.
Fleming's in black today.
Black?
Yes. They're wearing the black tops.
Who's in orange today?
Raceland is the only team I can think of in orange.
And I don't see anybody from Raceland.
Raceland's down on the bottom.
Yeah.
You talk about the teams, Jim, that 18 is not going to be their final hole. But when you turn around, if you finish through the first 4 holes, you've got 2 of the easier holes at 1 and 4 and 2 of the harder holes at 2 and 3. So again, the way this course is laid out, it's got a little bit of opportunities, but again, it's not one of those to where you've got a really hard back 9 and a really easy front 9. It's really paced nicely. The hole locations today are not what you would say daunting, but they're certainly not forgiving as well.
Except for maybe 18 here. That's a tough pin placement on 18?
Just because of that ridge. I think it takes the bunker out of play, which is something
if
that
you bring that back towards the corner where the shade is a little bit, that's a much easier pin placement over in that corner over there. But where they've got it, where the ridge comes, that hill comes into play, the bunkers do come out of play, no doubt about it.
You would a pin placement that you would like on this hole is certainly you'd like it a little bit deeper so you could fly it to the front of the green. But the safest shot right now, stick it in the center of the green and try your 2-putt.
Yeah. Par's good on this hole.
Yeah, take a par and go home. And I think a par here for most of the round, and it'll be interesting to see the scorecards when they come in. If how many pars we had on this hole.
Yeah, tough. Another hole that would be tough if you finish on is 16.
Yes.
The Brute.
The Brute down the side of the road. Today, it's going to play 583 yards. So, off of.
Not too many people are going to reach that into.
No, you look at there's a fairway bunker on the left, and the back edge of it off the box is 254. So for most of your bigger kids in your juniors, sophomores, seniors that hit the ball very well, that can come in play if you hit a fade. But then after that, you basically play yourself into a 150 shot, 100 shot, and then try to go. You're not going to get home in 2.
Except for the fact that you have the road all the way down the side, which if you hit it too far to the right, you're out. You're going to be out of bounds. You've got, when you get down close to the green, you've got that little clump of trees. I'm telling you, if you get in that, you're in jail.
You're talking about down that right-hand side. You've got 3 fairway side bunkers. That's just there by the cart path, and then right OB, obviously. 2 trees follow that. Your trees down the left-hand side all the way, and then you've got a tiny little peanut bunker that's on the back left side of that green. And it was a very open, pretty much green until you put that in there, because that's your safe shot is to go after that. That it's an elevated kind of knoll on the back side of it as well that you can throw it at, but that green certainly not forgiving.
And we have 2 players up here and 2 players still coming. 1 player has hit the green. Doesn't know whether to go on or wait on the other players.
Looks like he's make a couple approaches.
This is either Fleming or Mason.
I believe Mason. Hard to see the bag. Left that one well right.
Get it up there.
Got a good check on it.
Yeah, it's going to stay on the level. It's just going to be
That's a tricky putt coming back downhill.
Again, tough for us to see sometimes who the player is with just trying to tell by the shirts.
Well, let me get the big eyes out and we'll find out. I've got the binoculars with me.
But again, coming with and probably nice shot, get up. Not going to quite get up. It's going to probably roll back down a little bit. Again, try the little flop shot that time and just not enough. And we got the other 2 players making their way up. One of them is on the green, down towards the left bottom of the green, and the other one appears to be just out of the sand trap.
All right, the gentleman with the push cart, that appears to be Fleming.
Okay. The gentleman getting to play right now.
No, that is Fleming right there. I can see his shirt now.
Okay. Should be Kane Roberts.
Yes.
And this will be his 3rd shot. Roberts is a sophomore. Looks like he's got a decent lie over there in the rough. Don't think he has. No, he's got room to stand.
Yeah, plenty of room to stand there with his feet.
And he's going to try to get it up there on that level, and does a pretty good job. Still going to leave himself with a, well, here it comes. Didn't get it enough.
Yeah.
It's going to go back down a little bit. Now, I think the gentleman getting ready to putt is putting for birdie, if I'm not mistaken. I'd say that's Mason County because the blue bag you brought up. And here comes the putt.
Up over that ridge, and it just dies.
Not enough.
Not enough to get it there, but and you can see, yeah, he was saying go. And it's hard to see, but from the angle we can see it, it's almost like a brown spot that you can kind of see right at the edge of where that hillside is. And that little hump, it's a good probably 12, 18 inches that it comes up to get up on that plateau where the flag is.
And you're also putting into the grain a little bit too. As you see the darker areas on your screen, anytime it's darker, that means the grain is there, and it's always tougher to get it through the grain. Now, this is going to be, you have to give this one, enough to get it there.
So this is the gentleman from Fleming County, Kane Roberts. And he's right at the edge of that little hump that we just talked about. Got to get this above the hole.
This should be for par. Good putt.
Never got it above the hole. Yeah, good roll, just never kept it above the hole high enough.
And now we've got another putt coming up the hill. This should be, I think, the Mason County. Nope, not Mason County. Probably Russell.
No, this will be the Russell.
Torn Kirk.
Torn Kirk. This needs to be a good 4 or 5 out of the hole.
I don't think
not high enough. Didn't get it there, not high enough.
Tell you what, this pin, we've been watching it all afternoon, all morning, all afternoon. It's just driving these golfers crazy. This is Rowan County, Mason Minor.
Minor, an 8th grader.
Gave it enough, but didn't bring it up.
It's so hard. They give it enough, and they never get it far enough above the hole.
Right, because it's falling from left to right. So here's a good putt.
Yes.
That might have been for par right there, because I think he was on the green in 2.
Yes. Here's Minor with a tricky little 5-footer. Nice roll there at the end to get it to slip in. So Kirk, I believe this is from Russell.
Yep.
Good
that
run.
Has to go in. Should be Roberts from Fleming.
And it is.
So they finish up the 18th, and they head to number 1.
So that group went off of hole number 4 this morning. So we've got 4 more groups to come up, 18. And that last group
is where the 2 leaders were.
Yeah, and that's the group that we'll be chasing in.
And figure right now, with the group coming right now, getting ready to tee off of 18, the group that had the 2 leaders should be on 15.
Yes.
Should be getting there anyway.
We have a person positioned at 15, so as soon as they get to 15 green, we'll have updates from there.
And again, we don't know if those are still the leading scores or not. We have no way of knowing. But they were at that time through 9.
Through 9 when we had the scorecard at 9, and what we've been trying to do is as they come off 9, take a picture and then compare.
You haven't seen anything any better?
No, nothing even close.
So we got a little bit of a lull in the action. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and we'll pick up. We've got 4 more groups to come through 18 here, and we'll check one of them off on. Are we still live at 17?
Yes, we are still live at 17.
We'll be able to check one of them at 17 too when they tee off. So we'll follow these groups in from 17 and 18 when we come back. In just a couple of moments, you're watching the 12th Region regional golf tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course on Cool TV.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Pat Hedrick, and I'm asking for your vote on November 8th for Boyd County Attorney. I've been an assistant county attorney for the past 14 years, so I have the experience needed to make the decisions that are in the best interests of the people of our community. Born and raised right here in Boyd County, I have a deep understanding of the values that matter most to you. Please vote for me, Pat Hedrick, for Boyd County Attorney on November 8th. Pat Hedrick, born here, raised here, played here. Paid for by Pat Hedrick for Boyd County Attorney.
What do you look for in a pharmacy? Healthy Way Pharmacy always takes care of any prescription needs, but also has a wide variety of home medical equipment complete with delivery service. At Healthy Way, the wait is always shorter and the prices are usually less. Call 928-1001 for any questions. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and Saturday from 9 to 1. Healthy Way Pharmacy and Home Medical Supply, US 60 Cannonsburg, next to the KDMC Outreach Center and in Sandy Hook.
Planning your future, where do you go? Invest your money with someone you know. Personal service and trusted advice. Leaf Clark is your answer, no need to ask twice.
Leaf Clark here with Leaf Clark Wealth Management. Have you been thinking about changing your investment advisor? Come on over to Leaf Clark Wealth Management. You'll have a Fidelity account and an experienced local fiduciary to guide you through these tough times. Call 325-0055 or go to leafclark.com.
Leaf Clark.
Hey, it's what I do.
Be prepared for all of those outdoor jobs this summer by stopping by Wagner Rental and Supply for everything you need for jobs of all sizes, including a full line of Echo lawn and garden tools, trimmers, brush cutters, power blowers, head clippers, and chainsaws. Check out their landscaping equipment such as 4x4 tractors with loaders, mini excavators, post hole diggers, trenchers, wood chippers, tillers, and more. Find the equipment, tools, and supplies you need for your next project.
Your tri-state rental supermarket, Wagner Rental and Supply.
New Boston, Jackson, Chillicothe, and Ashland, or online, WagnerRental.com.
Uncle Rick, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stay cooler in my man cave.
Well, this is a beer cave, and you can't stay in this cooler forever. But Clark's Pub and Shop can get you through the dog days of summer.
Whether it's fountain drinks at the lowest price or you're filling up the cooler for the family and friends, Clark's has the widest selection, the best prices, and the most helpful staff you'll find anywhere.
Beat the heat at Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return, refresh, refuel.
Are you having trouble keeping your parking lot lit? Is customer safety one of your top priorities? If so, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We have bucket truck and boom crane truck services. We have extensive experience in exterior lighting and parking lot lighting maintenance. No need to ever be in the dark again. Remember, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We will light your path to success.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Hello, I'm Michael Bowling, Senior Vice President of Kentucky Farmers Bank. When you do business with Kentucky Farmers Bank, you're making an investment in your community. Your money stays local, we never sell your loan, and in turn, we invest in local families, churches, schools, and charities. We believe in our community, and that's why we are the better bank for loans.
Kentucky Farmers Bank, the better bank for loans since 1931. Located in Ashland, Summit, and Catlettsburg. KentuckyFarmersBank.com, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
African ceremony. It's like, I was sitting there like, what the frick? Workout like trying to run in place. That's no stiffness. Running in place. So.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament, live from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson. Glad to have you with us. And if you're watching after it, glad you're tuned in after the fact, and glad we could bring it to you here on Cool TV. I want to say thanks again to Leif Clark of Leif Clark Wealth Management, who helped us earlier in the broadcast. I want to say thanks to James Collier and 4 students from Raceland who are manning the cameras and helping us, and MJ McKay, who's producing it, and Steve Kennedy, the pro here at Hidden Cove, and ladies in the clubhouse who've been good to us with refreshments and food, and of course, also the tournament manager from East Carter, Jason McGlone, who's been so nice to us, and we appreciate it very, very much. Right now, we're looking down the 18th. Are we on number 17? Let's go to 18. 18th fairway, where we've got Noah Gardner of Mason County, Landon Skaggs of Russell, and Chase Grannis of Fleming County, and Caitlin Caskey of Rowan County, getting ready to hit their approach shots. And a couple of them are to the left of the fairway, right as we might view it from the camera angle, but from the approach to the green to the left. We have a group also teeing off on 17 that just finished teeing off on 17, and that would be Craycraft of Mason County, Kirk of Russell, Sills of Fleming, and Christie of Rowan. The leaders that we had, and we're trying to get an update early on, were Hickerson of Fleming and Cassidy of Russell, who were both 2 under through 9. Once they get to 15, we should have an update on their scoring and any other scoring updates that we might get to pass along to you. No live scoring available here, so we're having to use runners and take snapshots of scorecards to try and get some scoring for you. And tell you that the girls' regional tournament will be tomorrow at Laurel Oaks in Mason County. We will not be able to bring that to you, and we wish we could, but just couldn't get a lot of cooperation enabled us to do that this year. But next year, our goal is to bring you both the boys and the girls. The girls will be here at Hidden Cove next year. I'm not sure where the boys will be, but we will try to bring you both of them next year. So we have the players hitting the fairway now at 18, getting ready for their approach shots at a very, very tough 18th hole. And of course, all except for 1 and 1A, this is not the finishing hole, but for 1 and 1A, it will be the finishing hole, and it is a brute of a finishing hole. This will be, as we said, Noah Gardner, Landon Skaggs, Chase Grannis, and Kaylin Cooksey. We had a shotgun start this morning, a little bit after 9 o'clock, under cloudy skies. And then started clearing up, got a little windy. And then Sun came out and got a little warm, and now it's starting to get a little breezy and cloudy again. Here comes the first shot in, and that's a great shot from about 170, 75 yards, just beyond the pin. One of the best shots we've seen coming in here to number 18 today. And now we have another player from middle of the fairway. Shot is on the way. And it's going to be just short of the green, down in front of the little mound. But the shot before that was a tremendous shot right over the flagstick from about 175 yards. This is going to be the Rowan County player getting ready now, Kalen Caskey. Again, all these players laid up on top of the ridge, James.
Yeah, it's the perfect placement for this hole, as here's a approach shot.
This one looks pretty good too.
A little bit off to the outside. See if it'll trickle onto the green and roll.
Does.
And it does. Beautifully played ball. Let's see if it'll get over that ridge. It's not going to.
Still, birdie putt.
Dandy approach right there.
2 birdie putts coming up.
Jim, we've got our leaders coming toward us. I just ran over to 17. The group of Jake Feldhouse, Gunnar Cassidy, Seth Hickerson, and Will Jones just teed off at 17. And a couple of them had some problems off the tee box. So they'll have one more group behind them. That will be Grant Owens, Brody Kilburn, Adam Hargett, and Ryland Bailey. That will come into 18, but this thing's coming to a close pretty quick down 18.
So this must be Craig Caff, Kirk Seals, and Christie then.
Yes.
Got behind a group somewhere. If they teed off on 17.
Because the 1A group went first.
Should have.
At least that was the directions that I saw in the packets that we were sent.
Mm-hmm. They'll come up, and we've got 2 on the green, and we've got 1 just short on the other side of the little mound. And I did not see where the 4th ball ended up, as it takes them a while to get from the other side over that ravine and up the hill. And is this 17 that we're looking at now?
No, this should be 18.
Oh, that's 18.
Yeah.
That's the shot.
Yeah, right up off the front edge of that green there.
And that was coming from the
down
fairway.
over the, looked like down over the edge, off the far edge over there.
So we've got all four balls up here. So scoring-wise, did you get an update on the scores?
I haven't got any update on scores. As I was coming around, that's when I saw the guys going out on 17, so we should start getting some scores coming in from that.
And again, as we have said all morning and all afternoon long, when you do a tournament like this without live scoring it, you're relying upon a lot of different things. People, runners, trying to get scores for you, and it's really hard to do. When you can have a live scoring set up, you can pretty much see as they post the scores on their scorecards what they are, but unable to do that here today, not just us, I mean the golf course itself and the tournament itself, no live scoring. But we'll manage. We did it the last time. We didn't have live scoring either. We can probably, as they start to finish up, check down there, but they all should finish about roughly the same time.
Yeah, so the last group is on 16 green right now. That is Feldhouse, Cassidy, Hickerson, and
okay, that's
Jones.
what I thought.
Yes.
So they're on 16. So 1A is on 17.
Correct. They just teed off right before I came back up top. So you look at 18 here, Jim, a couple of, we would assume, birdie putts here.
Yeah, 2 of them are. The 2 that's on the green are birdie putts. I watched their second shot, unless they did something off the tee and then had to lay up in the middle of the fairway. But
So Owens, Kilburn, Hargett, and Bailey just went off 17.
17.
I can look over and see them on the tee box right now.
And the last group's on 16.
Correct.
So there might be a group on 18. This still might be who I had as Gardner, Skaggs coming up.
The one that just went off when I was over was Craycraft, Kirk, Seals, and Christie.
They went off 17?
They went off 17.
Okay.
So Owens
is on 17 now.
It may be Fieldhouse, Cassidy, Hickerson, and Jones because I believe 1A went off first. So we'll check that as we come in.
We need to check and find out who this group is right here, and then we'll know. I'm not sure that we got behind somebody. Yeah, I'll find out who that is. We just need the name of one player.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to walk down Greenside and see if I can find out the name of this group.
Got a Rowan County player getting ready to putt right now. Nope. Got one going to come off the mound first. Going to chip it. And nice chip. It's going to leave it a little bit short. And now everybody's going to be putting. I don't know where the fourth player is. Here's the putt. Looks like a pretty good putt. Just misses to the low side. Now we should have the Fleming County player. Well short. As this 12th region golf tournament starts to unwind, or wind down, I should say. You hear them teeing off 17 as they putt here on 18. James has figured out where we are in the rotation, and we pretty much should be able to get them coming in. Putt again, slides off to that left side. This pin placement has just killed people all day.
All right, so this is the number 3 group of Chase Grannis.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And again, left it short, so this is going to be a 3 putt.
And again, we talk about the devastation of 18.
Oh. This here chipped it onto here, and this is his first putt. This could be for par, I believe. No, I think this is for bogey.
That's the gentleman from Russell.
The Landon Skaggs. This should be Fleming County, I believe. Mason County.
This will be Mason County.
Mason County. Noah Gardner, freshman. I think this is a par putt for sure. He's the one that put it on past, and he makes it. And this is the Rowan County player. Who'll be Kalen Caskey. And again, you can't take these for granted because this, where this hole is, they're all a little slick here. He gets it in. So according to the packet that they gave us, is we have 3 groups still to come.
Still to come up 18, and they should be dandies.
And we've got, should have a group teeing off as we speak on 18.
The final group just came off 16. We're waiting on scores from that one now. The group ahead of them have already teed off of 17. We can see that from our vantage point from here.
So the third group should be on 18T right now.
Yes.
You would think. And the next to the last group just went off 17, and the last group should be coming to 17. It's where we should be. So we got time to take a break right now, and then we'll come back, and we'll see how these three groups come, and we'll try to get you an update on some of the scoring. All of that and more still to come. The 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament live from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson on Cool TV.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-thru. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy, living the life higher life.
Someone will be with you, don't know when, don't hold your breath, but keep waiting. You don't have anything better to do.
You know, at First and People's Bank, you don't have to wait for an answer. The decision makers are at the bank, and the friendly tellers are always ready to wait on you. First and People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
Did you miss starting college this month? Maybe you're still waiting on your financial aid to be approved, or you planned on attending a university, but it didn't work out. Well, no worries. Ashland Community and Technical College has a 12-week online session starting September 12th and an 8-week online session starting October 17th. So don't delay. Call 606-326-2000 or stop by one of the 3 ACTC campuses today. It's not too late to further your education at Ashland Community and Technical College. Primary Plus Grayson believes in sharing its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health for the entire family, offering primary care, pediatrics, women's health, counseling services, and an on-site pharmacy all under one roof. Primary Plus Grayson is happy to welcome a new team to their growing family, including pediatrician and internal medicine physician Dr. Kelly Trent, family health nurse practitioners Dawn Jordan and Kelly Sparks, and physician assistant Chris Horde. Primary Plus Grayson, 645 Interstate Drive, always welcoming new patients. Learn more about Primary Plus, its medical team locations, and more at primaryplus.net.
Welcome back here to Hidden Cove Golf Course, the side of the 12th Region Boys Regional Golf Tournament. So we've got the final 3 groups coming to 18. And of course, this group that's coming now, James, still has another hole to play because they started on 2. So they still got to play 1. And we don't know what their scores are right now. But the 2 final groups will be their finishing hole because they started on 1.
And going by the scores that we saw at the turn, we expect, unless something catastrophic happened, that's probably your group of where your leader is probably residing. Now, again, when you've got 68 competitors on the golf course spread out over, I think it was 16 different groups today, things can happen. But we'll definitely pass along the information as quickly as we have it.
The group that we have out in the 18th fairway right now is Trey Craycraft of Mason County, Colton Kirk of Russell, Parker Seals of Fleming County, and Connor Christie of Rowland County.
I saw this group tee off at 17 earlier. A couple of balls in the fairway and a couple of balls that drifted well out of bounds. One actually re-teed and almost hit the same exact shot. I think they said his second ball stayed in. But you've got that long run down 16 or 17, 18. You get a lot of trouble that you can get into on that right-hand side.
Probably why they were a little slow getting to 18. This is 17 here, isn't it?
Yes.
So this should be 1A. Grant Owens, Brody Kilburn, Adam Hargett, and Rylan Bailey teeing off from 17. As we await for the approach shots from 18, we'll watch the tee shots. This should be Rylan Bailey of Rowland County getting ready to tee off. Again, we have a little picture trouble on 17 because we're using a remote camera. So
it's a pretty good hump over to it, and again, a lot of trees and stuff in the way. So
it's like a pretty good shot. Picked up the tee.
Usually you can tell by the body language.
Yeah.
When you reach over, you pick up the tee, you like what you see.
And I believe this is probably Kilburn of Russell.
Yes.
So this should be Brody Kilburn Jr. of Russell getting ready to tee off of 17. Then we'll flip over to 18 here in a minute and get the fairway shots. In a long look that time, but and if I'm not mistaken, this should be Grant Owens of Mason County, maybe?
Yes, should be the final one here.
Or Fleming, I can't tell.
Teed up very far to that right-hand side.
Yeah, gonna try to play fade.
Mm-hmm. And he missed it right.
Yes, sure did. Big time. All right, let's flip back to 18, and we've got some approach shots getting ready to come. Somebody's having a little trouble up on the tee box, maybe. Or bit of a technical problem with your picture right now, but I think we're back. 18 as we wait for the approach shots of Craycraft, Kirk, Seals, and Christie. Playing on the far left-hand side of the fairway, probably 175, 80-yard shot. It's one of the players.
And looking at the group down past the car path, looks like they've got one that's well in behind the trees.
And that's going to be tough.
That's a very tough shot.
You almost have to just pitch out.
Yeah, you're going to have to almost pretty much go to the front edge of the ravine there, and then try to get an up and down for a par. You can see the movement behind the trees.
Yep.
But they are well tucked in with no room for error in any type of a shot in that moment.
On this hole, on your tee shot, if you don't put it in the fairway, well, you got three things that can happen to you. You can go into the ravine if you hit it too hard. You got trees to your right, woods, and then if you go left, not only do you have trees, but it's all downhill.
Yes.
I mean, you're dead down there.
And our players finally walk toward the ball, and looks like most of this group is stuck over on that left-hand side.
Sure does.
Now, if you can play a big hook and you can hook that thing back in here, it certainly plays to your advantage. But depending on how far off on that side you are, and looking again at several of those players walking down toward the bottom of the cart path, I mean, you're talking about almost a dogleg hook.
Or if you've got enough of an angle that you can play towards this clump of trees and bushes here to the right of the flag, you can play at an angle there and then go back to the green. You might be able to get it to that right, you won't get it on the green, but you can get it to just right of the green where there's a little bit of an opening.
Looking at the green, Jim, when we talk about a bailout spot right now, is right there in the center of your screen. You can see that ridge that we've been talking about. If you go to the right of that, you've got a little bit of area that you can work with.
Yes.
And it keeps you on the downhill side of that, to where you're flopping into an uphill run.
Yes.
Which allows you to control the ball much, much better.
Yeah,
With the Round County
player, which is Connor Christie, getting ready to hit, and he's got a long way to go. And did he get over the ravine? Yes.
Did.
Nice hop. It's going to get up, and
that's almost that place I was talking about, was right there. Is going to leave him a nice little flop shot up onto the green, just to the base of that little knoll.
But I think you have to play to the right of the pin.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Because if you play at the pin or left, you're going to end up down the front left-hand corner of that green.
And here's the other thing too, is that if you play to the left of that pin and you run it too much, you've got that little roll there that we've talked about,
Yep.
and it's a goner.
Yep.
It'll roll all the way back down to the front edge of the green.
So I think one of the players looks like maybe in the middle of the fairway. You might be blocked off by a tree limb, but I think walking to the middle of the fairway, there's one that was over on the right side of the fairway. And I have not seen another ball come up close to the green.
All right, Jim, going back to some of those scores from this morning, we'll start first with Jake Feldhouse from Mason County. Looks like right now I'm unofficially 3 over on the back 9.
And he was +2 at the turn, so he's 5 over.
All right, looking at Will Jones now. He's 3 over on the back 9.
So he's 6 over.
Still waiting for the other ones to come in.
I think the player that was off to the right of the fairway put it in the ravine, I believe, because somebody's down there looking for a ball. But we've got
Still
a player.
got a group that's way back.
Yeah. Got a player getting ready, almost the same shot we saw a moment ago from Christie of Rowan County.
I believe this is the Fleming County player taking a relief of two club lengths, so maybe getting in around the cart path.
Yeah.
Maybe the ball come to a rest on the cart path. So what you can do is you take the longest club of your bag, obviously your driver, you put a tee in the ground, mark your spot, mark it off 2 club lengths, and then you do your drop.
Which today you get to just place it.
Yeah, you just walk it over 2 club lengths and put it down. So.
Sure where the other 2 players, well, there should be him and one other player, and I'm not sure where that player is. Here? Yeah, I think so. Yes. Cart over there helping to look for the ball, I'm sure. So we got one far to the right that probably, which is to our left as we view it. And don't know if it cleared the ravine or not.
I heard the click, but I didn't see anything.
I saw the ball
clean.
drop. I saw it drop, but I don't know if it cleared it. Came right over that last big piece of green, but I don't know if it cleared it or not. I would have thought he would have tried to take it more to the left side of the green from there. So I think we have.
This is definitely Fleming County.
2 players who are either in the ravine or just over, and this one player up here by the green behind the knoll, and a player getting ready to hit right now. This has sort of backed everything up a little bit because there's already a group on the tee, I think. And left-handed, and here comes the shot. And I did not see where it ended up. Did you?
No. It looked right off the club from the word go. I'm guessing, being a lefty, you're probably trying to play a cut shot there. And I think he left it well right.
This 18th hole has been nasty today.
Yes, it has. And again, it's a lot of it. No matter, even when you're in the fairway, you still have the ball is below your feet, above your feet. It just doesn't give you a solid lie to work off of.
And if you're lucky enough to place the ball on the level that you need it placed on, off the tee box before it starts down over the hill, you got a much longer shot, but it's really a better shot though.
Yeah.
Than the ball being below your feet trying to hit uphill. You're almost level with the green, maybe even a little above the green when you're back there on that level.
And I think we see here, we've got the Mason County and the Rowan County players that's down below the hole, below that ridge. They've got a really good chance of throwing this one at the hole.
Yes.
I think you can be aggressive with this shot.
They both, I think, are lying there in two.
Almost fairly similar positions. Both are going to have to carry the ridge. The young man from Mason County, he's got to keep it to the left of the hole.
The other two players, I believe, balls went into the ravine and they're going to have to drop out. I don't think they ever found it. They had people looking, and if they did, I don't know if they want to play it. But they are both down by the ravine right now getting ready to decide what to do while the other two players are up by the green. And then you've got a group back on the tee, which is Owens, Kilburn, Hargett, and Bailey getting ready to tee off. Or do we still have a player that's going to hit again from back there? I think so. Or have they already teed off?
I was going to say, that may be our tee.
It's
a player from Russell.
Surely not going to let them go through. I think they've already teed off the group behind them. Here we go with the first flop. Oh, hit the pin.
Yes, very nice shot there.
Really nice shot. Decided to take it over top of the little hill. Hit on the green, one bounce, hit the flagstick and stop. Should have a par.
That looks like has a rangefinder. I just walked it out, and now they're going to take their shot from that spot right there. And I believe this was the ball that we saw earlier, the lefty that was trying to hit the cut.
Yes.
And I think he got it into the trees and never made it through.
And the group behind them has already teed off, I believe. And they're out there in the back of them in the fairway, right?
Yes.
And here comes the shot. And it's going to hit on the hill. And will it come back down? Don't think so. Going to have a tricky little chip there. Should be one more player to hit, and I thought he was there.
And there it just comes. Come in off to the far right edge of the
down
fairway.
Here underneath the tree.
So now let's see if our golfer from Rowan County can match the Mason County flop shot.
This is Connor Christie, sophomore. Going to come up and give it a look.
You're trying to find that distance. That you want to drop the ball right on that ridge.
You know, if you're the group behind them, you've already teed off. I think I might have waited. You're going to have a long wait here. Little flop shot again. Ooh, hit right by the pin, but released a little too much. Still not a bad shot. Got to putt for par. This group coming up right now still has one more hole to play. That'd be number one. And then the final two groups coming up are finishing up. And we think our leaders are in those groups.
The group of Fleming County Seth Hickerson just finished 17, so they're on 18 tee box.
Yep. And the group in front of them is in the fairway. And that should be it. I mean, there might be a couple, one or two teams. There was a 15A, so there might be, and a 10A. So there'll be a couple of teams that still, but by the time we get done with 1A and A, we should have everybody in.
Well, Hickerson right now, unofficially, again, even on the back nine through 17.
So if he's even on the back nine, that means he's still 2 under. What about Cassett?
I haven't gotten anything from him. I'm still waiting on an update on that one.
All right, this is going to be a tough little chip from above the hole in the rough. And nicely done. It's going to roll down and got that little roll to the left, and
Just never was able to get it above the hole.
no, needed to start out right of the pin, and I think that was the Fleming County or the Mason County player, right? Nope,
That
was
was
the
a
Fleming County player.
yes.
That was Parker Seals. And
So this would be Russell's.
this is Russell Colton Kirk,
Just off the green on the top of that ridge.
just right on the top of it. Nice little chip, still left it a little bit short. No gimme. Round County's Connor Christie. Gonna have a putt, maybe 15, 16 feet. Got to keep the speed just right, and that ball's going to go to his left.
Yeah, right to left break. Need to go about probably good 3 feet outside the hole. Don't get too fancy with this one and roll it past the hole. He slid it underneath it. Gave it a good run. Just
not out far now.
No.
And still left that tricky putt coming back. This will be Mason County?
Fleming County.
Fleming County. Parker Seals trying to finish up. Pulled it, yanked it. This will be Russell's Colton Kirk.
Nice putt.
Nice putt. And Round County's Connor Christie will try to finish up here. We might try to text the tournament manager and see if what he's got as an update on scores. What he's heard anyway out on the course. We'll know coming in how things stand.
Very nice roll there.
So this group heads over to number one to finish up, and we've got two final groups coming in. Grant Owens of Mason County, Brody Kilburn of Russell, Adam Hargett of Fleming County, and Ryan Bailey of Rowan County in the fairway, getting ready to approach shots to number 18. Looks like we've got one almost in the middle of the fairway, one to the left side. Don't see where the other two are. Here comes the first shot, and it's going to be short, well short. I believe this is the Russell player, which would be Brody Kilburn. Nope. It's going to be Round County first, I believe. Now Kilburn is the one team getting ready. Here comes his approach. Looks like a pretty good shot. And it is going to get to the green and roll to the backside and stop right there. It'll be a long birdie putt, but a chance for birdie.
A lot of work to do there. And I think at 18, it's one of those you try to paint that 3-foot circle around that hole and put it down in there and take the 2 putt.
Oh, Par's a good scorer on this hole today. I'm gonna tell you this: if there's been a birdie on this hole today, it was early on before we actually even went on the air and we were trying to get everything ready.
Yeah. We got on right We went on, I think it was right at about 10 o'clock this morning.
Yep, 10.
I think they started around 9:30. Originally had planned 9, and
it was
some
more like
maintenance.
9:15, 9:20.
Yeah, they were finishing up some maintenance around the golf course and stuff. So
did not see where the other two golfers' drives were, and have not seen their approach shots.
see one walking across the fairway now, coming from that far right side.
The only one on the green, and I'm sure that's Brody Kilburn of Russell. I see one on the hill over here, one back there. So this next to the last group coming in. Check with the tournament manager and see what scores he has heard to give us an update of these golfers coming in to see if this is indeed where the at least individual winner is going to come from. Of course, you've got team winner too. And that's how your entire team did.
Now, if you're playing 5 players on your team, they take the top 4 scores that qualifies for that team round.
So Rowland County's Ryan Bailey is going to be right in the middle of what is still the fairway with his second shot, with almost a straight-on approach shot to the pin, but he's still got to take that ridge into consideration. Got another, I think that's here's his shot, and it comes to the back of the green.
Jim, that right to left wind that we've talked about earlier has really kind of almost changed. Now it's blowing dead into the face of the golfers coming up that hill, which makes it even a longer shot.
Yeah. We've got I believe, is this the Fleming County player walking back to his ball?
Yes.
Yes. And I believe the player to my left here is from Russell, right?
Yes, it is.
That's Kilburn.
This is a tough little shot there. You can see him in position, ball below his feet. This is a shot that you have to keep down on, because if you don't, it's going to try to go right just because of the way the ball's below your feet. You can't miss this right because that ridge comes into play. You've got a bunker that's setting in front of you, so certainly want to take that out of play, not flop one here and nub it into the bunker.
Here's a little chip shot, nicely done.
That's a beautiful approach right there. That just didn't get the ridge.
No, it's going to go back down.
That ball needed about another 3 inches.
Yep, and it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Would have stayed on the level.
And that's still a dandy shot from where he was. I mean, he was in jail from that point. And again, that ridge has played so tough today.
I heard Coach Sloan say somebody from Mason County was 3 under. I don't know.
I don't know if it was from this group or the group coming up 18.
Well, that would be Feldhouse, and I don't think it was him, according to the score we got. This is Rowland County's Rylan Bailey. Down the hill, slow down. Slow down.
Not happy with that effort.
Long putt up the hill this time. And this is going to be, I believe, Fleming County. Either Fleming or Mason.
Got it up the hill,
up the hill,
above the hill.
Good looking putt. Oh, too much.
Yeah.
Way too much.
That was Fleming County's.
Here's Russell. And this will be Kilburn. A long putt. You got to watch that again, right to left break, and it's going to be quick.
Good roll.
Speed-wise, pretty good.
That's not a bad lag from there. That's what I was talking about from there. Don't try to make that shot more difficult than it needs to be. But a very nice roll there.
And this should be Grant Owens of Mason County.
Tough putt to adjust here too, because you've got to get it up the hill, and then that break is going to take it right as you get to that ridge where it breaks over. It's going to start that hard pull right to left.
Got to give it enough speed. Hit it too hard, it breaks. It keeps on going. Got it up over the ridge.
That's a nice
Here's
touch.
The turn. It's not enough though.
That's not a bad roll from right there.
The last group is waiting in the fairway. They've all teed off. As this next to the last group finishes up.
This is a tricky right to left putt here. Hard to keep this. We've seen a lot of putts that they don't get it above the hole here. Yeah, just needed to hit it.
If he hit it, he might have had it above the hole. So Rowan County's Bailey will have a longer putt. Nice roll. Ooh, just missed.
Just missed on the outside edge. So looking back in the fairway, Fleming County's player is all the way down on the downhill slope just before the ravine. Russell and Rowan County are in the fairway. The Russell player is well back. Rowan County's about a 170, looks like about 170 from the marker, and I can't see the other player.
I think that was a par for Brody Kilburn of Russell. Haven't seen too many of them on this hole.
So they've been far and few between. Getting this putt here.
This might be a par putt too, because he put it on the hillside over there and then chipped it over.
Nice putt.
And got it.
And a little fist pump there at the end.
I think that was for par.
I would imagine so.
They finish up. He might be the one that's 3 under. Wasn't that Mason County?
I believe it was.
Grant
yes, it
Owens.
was.
We need to find out what his score is. He seemed to think that score was pretty important right there. Get somebody to go down and check that.
I'll make that walk myself.
Yeah, you can talk to me as you go.
I was there. I could probably talk to you from the course as well.
Last group coming in here at the boys' 12th region golf tournament at Hidden Cove. We've got Jake Feldhouse of Mason County, Gunnar Cassidy of Russell, Seth Hickerson of Fleming County, and Will Jones of Rowan County. The last report we had was Hickerson was 2 under. Cassidy was 2 under at one time. We don't know what he is right now. We heard that a player from Mason County was 3 under, and we don't know if that was Feldhouse or Owens, who just finished up with par. But here comes the approach shot on the green. Nice little action there. And that was Cassidy of Russell who put that on. We've got Rowan County's player, I believe. Sort of beyond our, hidden by some trees, but It ended up left of the flagstick, about pin high. And here comes the shot, going to end up short. And that was the Mason County. This should be Fleming County Seth Hickerson. But one time was 2 under. And he does not like that shot. And it's going to be catch the edge of the green deep on the left side, so he'll have a long look at birdie. And depending on what the scoring is, it's going to make it very interesting. So you have one short down in front of the mound. You have one on the green, or two on the green, one deep in the green, and then you have one just off the green, almost pin high. For our last group, Feldhouse, Cassidy, Hickerson, and Jones. James is trying to get some scores for us of that last group that came through. And we'll get some scores here as the scores go into the pavilion down the way. We might have to run down there and check some scores. As this gets ready to wrap up, keep it here. Instead of taking a break, we'll stay here as the players have approached the green with this final foursome. I don't know if we've got somebody already in the pavilion with the lead or if one of these players is in the lead. James is trying to find out. What do you know so far?
Doing some numbers here.
Arithmetic?
Yeah.
Okay, first to chip is going to be Mason County's Feldhouse. Nope, first to chip is going to be Will Jones of Rowan County, I believe. Going to come up and look at it before he chips. He's down below the mound. As you can see, the mound is going to be a little bit to his right. He's going to have to do a little flop shot here and try to keep it on the same level. This is his third shot. Nice little shot. Good shot. It's going to leave him about a foot and a half for par for Will Jones. Good job. Now I believe it's Mason County's Jake Feldhouse who will chip from just off the green, pin high. I believe, unless Fleming County's, yeah, I think he's next. He's going to wait for Jones to mark. And now Feldhouse is ready. It's got to keep it just a little bit left of the pin because it wants to break right. And here's the chip.
Just over the ridge.
Not going to be just enough, but it's going to stay up there. He'll have that left for par.
All right, Jim, unofficially, I've got Owens at 3 over.
3 over?
3 over. He was even at the turn. I had him 3 over for the back nine. From Fleming County, Haggett at 1 over. 3 under for that round.
What a putt. What a putt.
Go in.
Oh, that was a great putt from Fleming County Seth Hickerson, who was at 2 under the last we knew.
Yeah, he was at 2 under from the back, or from the turn.
We don't know what he's done here, but he just got par here. now Russell's Gunnar Cassidy, who also was at 2 under at the turn, is putting for birdie. You don't know if this is the winning putt or not. We heard that somebody was 3 under, but
I'm going to head back down greenside.
so Cassidy for birdie. Takes his time. See if he can keep it on the high side. Nice roll. Just missed. And he's got a little bit of work coming back with that tough putt for par.
Really good roll there at the, just got a little bit below the hole there as he started toward the cup. And the good thing is he's coming back up the hill there. We've seen that putt firm to the back and
This is Mason County's Jake Feldhouse for par. He's not going to get it.
We missed it.
Man,
Hit it
this
through
hole's
break.
just killed people. Brown County's Will Jones will have this for par. But I think first we're going to have I believe this is Cassidy from Russell for par. And he got it
right there.
Now Jones from Rowan County. And this will be a par putt. Missed it, powered it through, and he's got more coming back than he did on that putt
coming back
for bogey. He's got to come back with a little bit more than he had for that little putt for bogey. Took all the cut, but he got that one to go in for bogey. That is in, and that'll finish up the tournament. And we'll have to wait and see and try to get a score. James is trying to check it out, see what the low score is. We've heard 2 under, we've heard 3 under. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know it's over as all the teams start rolling in. And you will have the top player go to the state, and you will have the top team go to the state, and you'll have some other medalists. We'll take a break. We'll come back and wrap things up for you from the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson here on Cool TV.
Uncle Rick, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stay cooler in my man cave.
Well, this is a beer cave, and you can't stay in this cooler forever. But Clark's Pub and Shop can get you through the dog days of summer.
Whether it's fountain drinks at the lowest price or you're filling up the cooler for the family and friends, Clark's has the widest selection, the best prices, and the most helpful staff you'll find anywhere.
Beat the heat at Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return, refresh, refuel.
Are you having trouble keeping your parking lot lit? Is customer safety one of your top priorities? If so, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We have bucket truck and boom crane truck services. We have extensive experience in exterior lighting and parking lot lighting maintenance. No need to ever be in the dark again. Remember, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We will light your path to success.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Hello, I'm Michael Bowling, Senior Vice President of Kentucky Farmers Bank. When you do business with Kentucky Farmers Bank, you're making an investment in your community. Your money stays local, we never sell your loan, and in turn, we invest in local families, churches, schools, and charities. We believe in our community, and that's why we are the better bank for loans.
Kentucky Farmers Bank, the better bank for loans since 1931. Located in Ashland, Summit, and Catlettsburg. KentuckyFarmersBank.com, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
In addition to the Greenup location, Stultz Pharmacy's newest location is at 437 James Hanna Drive in South Shore, but has retained the name you know and love, McDonald Pharmacy, with the same great service you'll find in the Greenup location, with free delivery service and their convenient drive-thru. Get your vaccinations and allergy shots, and of course, great prescription service at Stultz Pharmacy in Greenup and McDonald Pharmacy, James Hanna Drive, South Shore.
Stultz Pharmacy, living a life higher life.
Someone will be with you, don't know when, don't hold your breath, but keep waiting. You don't have anything better to do.
You know, at First and People's Bank, you don't have to wait for an answer. The decision makers are at the bank, and the friendly tellers are always ready to wait on you. First and People's Bank, the home office. Member Equal Housing Lender, FDIC.
Did you miss starting college this month? Maybe you're still waiting on your financial aid to be approved, or you planned on attending a university, but it didn't work out. Well, no worries. Ashland Community and Technical College has a 12-week online session starting September 12th and an 8-week online session starting October 17th. So don't delay. Call 606-326-2000 or stop by one of the 3 ACTC campuses today. It's not too late to further your education at Ashland Community and Technical College. Primary Plus Grayson believes in sharing its mission of quality, advanced, affordable health for the entire family, offering primary care, pediatrics, women's health, counseling services, and an on-site pharmacy all under one roof. Primary Plus Grayson is happy to welcome a new team to their growing family, including pediatrician and internal medicine physician Dr. Kelly Trent, family health nurse practitioners Dawn Jordan and Kelly Sparks, and physician assistant Chris Horde. Primary Plus Grayson, 645 Interstate Drive, always welcoming new patients. Learn more about Primary Plus, its medical team locations, and more at primaryplus.net. Your Country Chevrolet in Grayson needs your vehicle. We're low on inventory and prepared to make you an offer on the spot to buy your car, even if you don't buy one of ours. Literally within 10 minutes of coming in, we'll have you a cash offer. Have a payoff on it? No problem. We'll pay that loan off and write you a check for the balance. Just bring your title, driver's license, all your keys, and most recent payment statement so we can get the payoff. We'll even drive you home if you need. Your Country Chevrolet, ready to buy. Let us put cash in your pocket. Visit us online, purecountrychevrolet.com, or call us 606-474-5116. Pure Country Chevrolet, find new roads.
Smithfield Foods in Grayson is a proud community partner, taking pride in providing a safe and friendly environment for their workers and for the community. Smithfield Foods is always ready to support our growing community any way they can. Smithfield Foods is the world's largest pork processor and hog producer, and they're committed to providing good food in a responsible and environmentally safe way. Proud to be a part of the community. Smithfield Foods in Grayson.
You've thought for a long time about keeping your firearms and valuables safe and out of harm's way. Borders Sporting Goods has the area's greatest selection of Liberty safes and a wide range of sizes, styles, and colors. And Borders also has the Tri-State's best and most complete selection of firearms, hunting supplies, fishing supplies, archery supplies, knives, camo, and boots. From the smallest fishing hook to the largest Liberty safe, the best brands, the best selection, and the best prices in the Tri-State are at Borders Sporting Goods, Route 60 West in Ashland, where your money will be well spent.
Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk. With 30 years of experience, Kim Fannin Mullins has been dedicated to helping all the citizens of Greenup County. Hardworking and honest, Kim Fannin Mullins is up to date on technology and procedures, will have an open door policy, and will go above and beyond for the staff and community. She spent over 20 years working with the youth of the county. Vote Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk.
This is Kim Fannin Mullins, and I paid for and approved this message.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament at Hidden Cove Golf Course. All the scores are being tabulated right now. That's why you see just a still shot of 18 right now, I believe. 18. And they think there is going to be a playoff for the individual title. Right now we've had at least two unders come in. Unless somebody comes in and posts a 3-under, there'll be a playoff for the individual honor. Possibly could be a team playoff. We don't know yet as they're still tabulating those totals. So that's why we have a little bit of a delay right now. We just invite you to stay with us. We're going to take a break, and when we come out of that break, you'll probably just see a shot of the 18th green while we try to figure out exactly what's going on. If there is a playoff, it'll be on 17 and 18. So we'll be back in just a little bit and let you know. We'll take a break right now. You're listening to the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament on Cool TV.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Pat Hedrick, and I'm asking for your vote on November 8th for Boyd County Attorney. I've been an assistant county attorney for the past 14 years, so I have the experience needed to make the decisions that are in the best interests of the people of our community. Born and raised right here in Boyd County, I have a deep understanding of the values that matter most to you. Please vote for me, Pat Hedrick, for Boyd County Attorney on November 8th. Pat Hedrick, born here, raised here, played here. Paid for by Pat Hedrick for Boyd County Attorney.
What do you look for in a pharmacy? Healthy Way Pharmacy always takes care of any prescription needs, but also has a wide variety of home medical equipment complete with delivery service. At Healthy Way, the wait is always shorter and the prices are usually less. Call 928-1001 for any questions. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and Saturday from 9 to 1. Healthy Way Pharmacy and Home Medical Supply, US 60 Cannonsburg, next to the KDMC Outreach Center and in Sandy Hook.
Planning your future, where do you go? Invest your money with someone you know. Personal service and trusted advice. Leaf Clark is your answer, no need to ask twice.
Leaf Clark here with Leaf Clark Wealth Management. Have you been thinking about changing your investment advisor? Come on over to Leaf Clark Wealth Management. You'll have a Fidelity account and an experienced local fiduciary to guide you through these tough times. Call 325-0055 or go to leafclark.com.
Leaf Clark.
Hey, it's what I do.
Be prepared for all of those outdoor jobs this summer by stopping by Wagner Rental and Supply for everything you need for jobs of all sizes, including a full line of Echo lawn and garden tools, trimmers, brush cutters, power blowers, head clippers, and chainsaws. Check out their landscaping equipment such as 4x4 tractors with loaders, mini excavators, post hole diggers, trenchers, wood chippers, tillers, and more. Find the equipment, tools, and supplies you need for your next project.
Your Tri-State Rental Supermarket, Wagner Rental and Supply.
New Boston, Jackson, Chillicothe, and Ashland, or online, WagnerRental.com.
Hang on just.
Mason County's 297. That's the winning team so far.
Boy, the scores, and we
I think
for
Mason
certain
County's
have.
going to win it.
Towards you a little bit. How about now? Got me now? Okay, so going off count. Looking for the other score. County is also in the clubhouse at a 200. After 17, we go to 18. That's okay. How about now? Okay, let's try this again. So the two players at 70, Mason County's Grant Owens, that's 2 under, and Montgomery County Brent Markham. The way this will work out is play a playoff 17. If we are even after 17, we'll go to 18. If they're even after 18, we go back to 17 and start all over again. We could also have another playoff involves other players. So the top 10 that finish that are not with the team that wins the overall tournament will also qualify for the state tournament. Playoff for that as well in the same format of 17 and 18. There's also a possible team playoff that will precede any individuals before they play. So still a lot of questions to go right now. Looking at some numbers, Mason County's in at 297. And as of right now, that's the only team that is in under 300. The next closest team to them is Russell at 317. Now, we still have a couple of teams that have posted scores, so we're still waiting on those. And some information to pass along with that. But we know for sure we've got a playoff coming up on Region Boys Championship.
if it's still tied.
Tee shot as we get things underway on the playoff. Again, we go from hole number 17, and then we will go to 18, pending if this one is tied or not. So we have Jim Forrest. He's on his way around to the 17th green. So we'll have a live act call from there. And again, because of the contour of the course, we can only get you at 17. We can't go out any further. But we will have a live report from the 17th. And then we've got 18 blanketed, without a doubt. So, all right, a nice grid, nice ball there. So we've got the two players off of the 17th tee. This is Grant Owens and Brent Markham from Mason County and Montgomery County, respectively. And they will play sudden death until we decide a champion. Both of them came in at 2 under par, 70 for the overall tournament. So looking at some of the scores that we had from earlier, and again, this was still a few teams that have not reported. The other thing that we look at too is that the numbers that we see go off of the 4, not the 5 numbers. So if you had 5 players on a team, you only go off of 4. So Ashland finished at a 403. Michael Blair paced Ashland at 88. Boyd County had only 3 players today. Mason County appears to be your champion for the 12th region tournament at a 297. Grant Owens at a 70, Jake Feldhouse an even 72, Trey Craycraft 77, and Noah Gardner and Quinn Grooms at 78 each. Only one of those scores will count. Russell at a 317, Montgomery County at 362. Brett Markham, though, leading the way, 27 shots better than his second place teammate of Owen Letcher. East Carter comes in at 375. Price Harris at a 74. Titus McGlone at a 77. Fairview at 401. Low score today for the Eagles. Tucker Adams at 85. West Carter a 357. Braden Deerhart had an 82 for the low score for the Comets. Raceland today at a 482. Fleming County a 344. Seth Hickerson and Adam Hargett both at 78. All right, so getting a live update down the 17th fairway. Both players are in the fairway heading toward the green. Mason May is traveling with the groups, and our Jim Forrest is headed to the 17th green, and we'll have a live update from there. And again, we'll chase both of the groups in. We'll have Jim live when he gets around to that side of things to catch us up with what's going on from the 17th. But both Grant Owens, and Brett Markham, good tee shots off of 17. Looking at the 17th. The 17th hole, playing 398 yards today, fourth hardest hole, on the course. And let me grab a microphone here. Jim, are you with us? Okay, stand by. All right, Jim. So both players in the fairway there to start the 17th and the first playoff hole, but again a tough hole by say because 2 greenside bunkers and trees deep on the backside of that green.
Yes, there is. There's a bunker to the backside. There's a bunker to the right. The flag is back deep in the green. We have one of the players in the fairway and the other player just out of the fairway in the rough. So advantage to the player in the fairway. And, of course, our players that are playing for the championship, Grant Owens of Mason County and Brent Markham of Montgomery County.
So, Jim, we've talked about the wind today, and again, the wind there midday was kind of a right to left wind. Now it's turned and kind of gone down the face of 18, which is at the back of 17, and this is definitely not a green that you want to go long on because you put yourself in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely you do, and there's not a whole lot of, if you're going looking for the green. So if you go too far, you're going to get into the intermediate cut, then you're going to get into the rough, then there's that big sand trap which you can drop out of. But still, I would think middle of the green, front part of the green would be a good shot. Approach shot right now coming from Mason County's Owens from the rough, and he has made it onto the green. He's probably going to be left front of the green and probably have about 25 feet for birdie.
Okay, so there's Grant Owens has gotten home in 2 on this 398-yard par 4. Jim, a pair of bunkers about from the tee box about 250 yards. Did the players both split those bunkers, or where were their second shots coming from?
Middle of the fairway just now. I'm put right on the middle of the green, probably 15 feet from the pin. Had a little action on it, spun back a little bit, and that was from the middle of the fairway. The first one came from the left rough, a little valley that goes down, and a little bit of a left rough, but still got it on the green for Mason County. So right now, both players on the green, both players putting for birdie. But Markham of Montgomery County a little closer.
Well, and when you look at the green, Jim, what's the shape of the green? Does it have undulations? Where's the pin placement? What type of putt do these players have?
Pin placement is towards the back of the green, and the green is sort of a hourglass shape, if you will, from the back to the front, and not a lot of undulation for the Montgomery County player Markham. He's got a pretty straight putt. Probably gotta get up here and try to read it myself. Mason County player, a lot longer putt, and it's going to move a little bit to his right, probably, as he's got to come up over a little bit of a ridge, whereas Montgomery County's players pretty much on the same level as the pin.
We know for sure Grant Owens parred this hole on his round earlier. We did not see the score from Brett Markham, but we do know that both players on the green, one player 15 feet, the other about 25 feet, both putting for birdie and sudden death. And Jim, this is an interesting putt coming up because it's something that obviously you would like to end the round right here, but you certainly don't want to open yourself up to a 3-putt and let someone sneak in with you a par and knock you out.
Oh, absolutely. And this is probably maybe longer than 25 feet. It might be more like 30 or 35 feet. It's a long putt. Owens has decided he went back and got behind it and decided to take the pin out. And he'll go first, of course.
Now, this, we talked about this earlier today. This is not a situation to where players are in a hurry to putt. They're going to take their time and look this one over.
Oh, absolutely. And Owens has already walked up, checked from the backside of the hole, took the pin out, and is lining up his ball right now as we speak.
So again, we're at the 17th green. We cannot get you video. We don't have video out there, but we do have our Jim Forrest on location with it. If we go to 18, we've got you blanketed. We can get you all the way up the fairway. We have three cameras at the green, and then again, if we get a champion, we'll get them at the 18th tee for a conversation afterwards.
All right, Owens is ready. Lined it up, took a couple of practice swings. It's on the way. Good roll. Bouncing a little bit. He's going to leave it about 3 feet short, maybe 3.5. So it's not a gimme.
But a good lag putt there to put himself into a very salvageable par.
Yes. And now Markham from Montgomery County.
Now this is for the 12th Region Championship. Should he sink this putt?
It's going to go a little bit to his left. But it's on the way, and he missed it to the high side. It did not move like he thought it would, but he will tap it in for par. And he does.
So that leaves Owens with about a 3-footer coming back for par.
Yes. Owens will line his up. He needs to make this in order to extend it to 18. Taking his time, and he's going to go back behind it, the hole, and look at it again. Go through the same routine he went through the first time.
Jim, this is one of those
That's
putts.
what you need to do as a putter.
This is one of those putts too. You got to be careful not to overthink.
Yes. A lot of pressure. He's good. Both players par the 17th. We'll go to number 18.
Okay, Jim, we will talk to you in a bit. We'll go ahead and jump into a break. 18th hole and hole number 2 of sudden death coming up in the 12th Region Boys Golf Tournament here at Hidden Cove. Right after this on Cool TV.
Uncle Rick, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stay cooler in my man cave.
Well, this is a beer cave, and you can't stay in this cooler forever. But Clark's Pub and Shop can get you through the dog days of summer.
Whether it's fountain drinks at the lowest price or you're filling up the cooler for the family and friends, Clark's has the widest selection, the best prices, and the most helpful staff you'll find anywhere.
Beat the heat at Clark's Pub and Shop.
Return, refresh, refuel.
Are you having trouble keeping your parking lot lit? Is customer safety one of your top priorities? If so, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We have bucket truck and boom crane truck services. We have extensive experience in exterior lighting and parking lot lighting maintenance. No need to ever be in the dark again. Remember, call River Cities Builders at 473-4112 for all your lighting needs. We will light your path to success.
When you have business away from home or a planned event far from your comfort zone, you're probably going to need a little help. Let A&A Porta Potties assist you with all your portable toilet needs. Whether on a construction site, planning for an outdoor wedding, or any other outdoor event, A&A Porta Potties are here to assist you. A&A Porta Potties also rents out storage containers, office containers, cooling fans, tables, and chairs. A&A Porta Potties, there is no event too big or too small for us to accommodate you.
Hello, I'm Michael Bowling, Senior Vice President of Kentucky Farmers Bank. When you do business with Kentucky Farmers Bank, you're making an investment in your community. Your money stays local, we never sell your loan, and in turn, we invest in local families, churches, schools, and charities. We believe in our community, and that's why we are the better bank for loans.
Kentucky Farmers Bank, the better bank for loans since 1931. Located in Ashland, Summit, and Catlettsburg. KentuckyFarmersBank.com, member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Back here on Cool TV, live coverage of the Boys 12th Region Golf Tournament coming to you from Hidden Cove in Grayson, Kentucky. James Collier, Jim Forrest, happy to have you along with us here as we go to sudden death playoff hole number 2. And that takes us to the 18th, and this one has been a bear today. A par 4, 372 the marker today. Second hardest hole on the course, and I would almost fathom to say this hole is probably played as the most difficult hole because of the way that the locations of the topology. The pin tucked in on the far right side of the green, right in front of that mound, but it takes out the bunkers. But Jim Forrest, that little little ledge right there, it certainly keeps things in play and interesting.
Oh, we've been here all day.
18 has been
and it has been. I'd love to go see everybody's scorecards. I know there were no birdies, and there weren't very many pars. And I think one of the guys that's in the playoffs right now from Mason County, Owens, had to make par and had to make a pretty good little putt there to get into the playoff.
Yes.
So, it's not been an easy hole.
You can look at there on your screen. You can see we've got that right to left break we've seen so many times. The players that have landed on that front edge of the green that's had to come up over top of the ridge, it's just not been able to get the ball above the hole, and a lot of those putts have just slid underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on where you put your approach shot on this green on what you're going to be able to do. Now, the first thing is it depends on where you put your drive, because your drive could get you into trouble, or your drive could put you in a place where you have to know exactly what club you're going to use for what yardage to get it on the right level of this green.
So looking at the hole on the scorecard, from the pin play or the tee pace placements where they're going today, 246 to the front edge of where the ravine goes over, and the downside of that is that getting that spot is downhill. You run yourself into trouble, and anything really past the 150 marker, you're playing on a downhill slope all the way to the hole.
Absolutely. And we've seen so many players even get it past the pin and get it too far back to where when they putt, it is going downhill. And if they don't keep it high enough, then they lose it to the left and it goes downhill on them again. So there's a lot of things that can happen on this green. I mean, we talked about this, that if it came down to the last hole with this group coming in, and really if you look at it, Owens wasn't in the last group. He was in the next to the last group. And he made a really good putt to save par, which got him in the playoff. And so we'll have to wait and see what happened. None of the people in the playoffs came from that final group.
Yeah.
Owens came from the second group, and you go down here and look at Montgomery County. He was in the first. They teed off on number 10. He was like he came through about 3-4 groups. So he's playing good, and I tell you what impressed me on 17 just a moment ago for Owens is he drove it into the rough, and I don't know if you remember 17, but if you go left, there's some little dips over there, and he was down in one of those little dips, and it was a good shot just to get it on the green, and then he really took his time on his putts, and he really was steady because he knew his opponent had a much easier putt than he did.
All right, so we've got one player in the fairway that's well behind the 150 mark. That is Mason County's Grant Owens. I do not see the position of Brett Markham from Montgomery County. Now, when they come to 18 green, we've got you covered. 3 different camera locations, we've got you, and you can look behind 18 green right now. This is a spectacle. Everybody is piled in behind the green, ready to celebrate this, but we've got 3 different camera locations. We'll make certain to give you everything that we've got whenever we get to the 18th green, but right now we're waiting to see Brett Markham's shot, and I was told it was just shy in the rough, but he's out of sight of our shots. We can see that Grant Owens has put his ball in the fairway. Looks to be probably about 185 to 190, 200 maybe, back to the fairway, but a good straight-on shot that he'll have coming into the 18th green. So again, if we tie this hole, we go back to 17, and we continue 17, 18. It's a sudden death playoff. So until we have a champion, both players coming in at 2 under 70s. We're waiting for our first shot to come green side from Brett Markin in Montgomery County.
Montgomery.
Montgomery County's Brett Markham, I heard a click, looking for a ball. Do not see anything as of yet.
That's not good.
Breezy conditions, wind blowing kind of, as I'm viewing it here from the top of the balcony of the clubhouse, kind of left to right, so from the right to the left of the players, into their face, back down through the ravine. So, all right, let's go to the fairway now, and Grant Owens. Owens lining up his second shot, coming to 18. Shot headed toward the green and finds the back corner on a very nice shot there. So Grant Owens has himself on the green for a possible birdie putt. I'm being told that Montgomery County's shot went OB.
Well, not real sure if it did. It appears that it did. His tee shot, apparently he topped it, and he just got just below the last tee box. So that's how far back he was. And he, I think, was trying to lay up in front of the ravine, but it hit, bounced a couple of times. I think it went in, but I don't know if it is playable or not, or if he would even want to play it.
Certainly.
But definitely the advantage now goes to Owens, who's on the green in 2. And you're talking about, you know, Markham either trying to hit out of rough going downhill, which would be almost impossible, or taking a drop and hitting 4. Advantage, definitely. And
Yeah.
again, it's this 18th hole.
Yeah, the 18th hole has just been a bear of a hole today. But certainly.
But you had to get back over this way and look back to see the tee shot. He must have topped it really bad because there's several tee boxes back there, and it was just below the last tee box. So it was, he had a long way to go.
So we can look back there down the fairway and can see the sophomore lining up the shot. Again, Jim, this puts a ton of pressure on you when you know your opponent's already there in 2.
Oh, absolutely.
Well below the hole, some 30 feet or so, of stiff wind in your face. This is, you almost have to grab an extra club and a half, 2 clubs here.
I'm assuming he found his ball and he's going to try to hit out of there.
He's on the fairway, just out of the ravine there. Shot comes in a little bit to the back edge of the green and stays on. So both players on the back edge of the green. The question is, Was Markham's ball playable, or did he have to take a drop?
And that I'm not sure. But either way, advantage right now goes to Grant Owens, who basically can two-putt for par, and if his ball was playable, Markham's ball, he has to roll this in.
Well, you can see there on the shot, a great angle there from the balls that are above the hole there. As Owens comes up, we'll mark his ball, and he will be away. And he'll wait for Brett Markham to come up. And again, being away here, he knows where he stands, so that allows him to determine how aggressive that he wants to be with this shot. And trying to clear off all the leaves. The breeze have really gotten up since about midday.
Yeah,
it's been a beautiful day here today.
Oh, it has. We had a breeze for a while, then it sort of went away, and the sun came out, and it got pretty hot. And then the clouds started rolling back in again, and the breeze picked back up. Sun stayed out for the most part, just in and out of the clouds, but the breeze has picked up quite a bit.
So again, we're in a playoff for the Boys 12th Region Golf Championship. Happy to have you along with us here on Cool TV. We've been with you since about 10 o'clock this morning, and it has been a spectacle to watch. Some great golf that we've seen here today from these 68 competitors that was registered for the tournament. So now Brett Markham has made his way to the green. So you see both players checking their lines, making the adjustments on the divots. And now if you're Grant Owens, do you go ahead and let Brett Markham putt, especially if you're already a stroke ahead of him, to let you see what you've got? It looks like that Owens is going to go for the putt first.
Well, I think Owens is probably back, isn't he?
He is further back.
So,
but this is for a birdie roll.
He'll be meticulous about this because he had the same routine on 17 for both of his putts. And I'm surprised I haven't seen him walk up and look behind the hole. He's going to remark it. This is one of those putts that you got to get the speed right. We've been talking about that all day. And I think you have to play it a little bit left to the pin, don't you?
Oh, I think so for sure. So here we go. Great look there of
this
Grant
is for
Owens. This is for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he hit it.
Is away.
He didn't hit it.
He didn't get it there. And he's left himself a lot of work to do.
That is not an easy putt he left himself with. We have seen a lot of misses from there.
So now back to Brett Markham. Now, if you're Brett Markham, knowing where you ended up, this is you have to try to put this one in the cup. And the backside of it is that you know that he still has some work to do to finish out that putt.
Now we're still not sure if he was OB or not.
Exactly.
And if so, if he was, then
this would be his fourth shot.
No, this would actually be for bogey, because he has tee and then 2 in, 3 out, 4 to there.
Oh, he went after the tee shot. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I thought he went in on the tee
shot.
shot.
Oh no, his tee shot was way back by the tees.
Okay.
But and we don't know if he's putting for par or he's putting for bogey. If it was a penalty, then this is a must.
Yeah.
Because then it's a 2-putt win for.
Markham taking his time. Great look there. You know, Jim, we haven't used this camera angle all day, and we put it up at the end at 18, and look how big it's been.
Yeah.
The 2 biggest putts of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Rolling right at the camera. Markham taking his time, making certain that he has the line that he wants. A must-have for Markham.
Good roll.
Got a break. That's not a bad roll right there.
But man, you know, it just rolls out so much. It doesn't look like it's that much downhill, but it is. That's not an easy putt coming back.
No, he's, you got Grant Owens now that he really left himself a lot to do on this putt.
He makes this, it's his championship, because he's putting for par. And regardless of whether or not Markham had a penalty against him, that was his par putt.
So for the 12th Region Championship, yet again, Grant Owens from about 15 feet for the championship. That's a good roll.
Oh!
Just above the hole. So he'll tap in. Now Markham.
He has that left for bogey. And I don't know if Markham is putting for bogey or double bogey.
Either way, Markham has to put this one in the hole.
Hard to tell on the other side of that ravine as if he had to drop or not, because it was to our left behind trees. That's why we say we don't know.
Yes.
I do know that it went through and got into the weeds a little bit now. That doesn't mean it went into the ravine all the way.
Nice putt.
He putts that in. So that's either bogey or double bogey, and I'm not sure. But we'll know when he makes this putt.
If you see a handshake and a big fist pump by
and
Grant
you know
Owens,
that
he's your 12th region champion.
Yeah.
To tap in.
And that is it.
And
yes,
that it is.
It was a penalty stroke.
So Grant Owens
With a
from
bogey.
Mason County with a bogey at 18 comes away with your 12th region championship here today at Hidden Cove and on the second playoff hole here this afternoon. What an event, Jim, that we had here today.
And I think Mason County won the team too, didn't
They did. So a clean sweep for Mason County, the top team and the top players. So
which means that puts another individual player into the state, though, because, you know, with him being a part of Mason County's team and being individual, too, you get to bring another player in. So one of the top players will get to go.
yeah, but man, what a spectacle here. We got everybody hanging around for the playoff and stuff. But your 2022 12th Region Golf Boys champion, Grant Owens, the senior out of Mason County.
And Mason County, the team winner. Congratulations to both of them, and we wish them both the best in the state tournament. We look forward to doing this again next year. Wherever the boys is at, we know the girls is going to be right here.
Yeah.
So we'll be here for the girls
We'll
for
be
sure
here
too.
for that. We've already got some big plans for that in play. But
absolutely.
What a way to put things together for the first golf tournament.
Hey, our thanks to the students from Raceland. Name them off for me.
Yeah, so I got Olivia Porter, Brooklyn Kersey, Mason May, and Hunter Masters.
Great job.
Fabulous job.
Fabulous
MJ McKay producing today. Big thanks to Leaf Clark
Nice.
coming out this morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was a big help to me because I was running around like a chicken with my
Big
head
help
cut
to
off.
me, trust me.
So
instead of me talking all the time, I had somebody else to play off while you were running around. And thanks for all you do and all your help. It's been great, and I hope everybody's enjoyed it and they can go home and watch it again if they want to.
Absolutely. Just go to our YouTube channel and you can find it right there.
Thanks to all of our sponsors too, who made it possible.
Yes, all of our great sponsors. Jason McGlone from East Carter.
Yes.
And Steve Kennedy here, the
Yeah.
head pro for Hidden Cove Golf Course. What a fantastic finish we have here on the second playoff hole. Grant Owens is your 2022 12th Region Boys Golf Champion with a bogey on 18, but it's good enough for the crown. Well, that'll do it for our coverage of the event. Again, a big thanks to all of the students from Raceland Worthington High School media crew, Olivia Porter, Brooklyn Kersey, Hunter Masters and Mason May. And, of course, the crew from Cool Hit Sports Network of MJ McKay, the executive producer, Jim Forrest, and our special guest this morning of Leith Clark. The 2022 12th Region Boys Golf Championships is in the book, and Mason County senior Grant Owens is your champion. For Hunter Masters, Mason May, Brooklyn Kersey, and Olivia Porter, Jim Forrest, MJ McKay, I'm James Collier. Thanks for watching our coverage. Good night, everyone.
You've been watching live coverage of the Boys 2022 12th Region Golf Championship live from Hidden Cove Golf Course in Grayson, Kentucky. This coverage has been brought to you in part by Clark's Pump and Shops of the Tri-State, River Cities Builders, A&A Porta Potties, Kentucky Farmers Bank, Stoltz Pharmacy and McDonald Pharmacy, First and People's Bank, Ashland Community and Technical College, Primary Plus Healthcare, Pure Country Automotive, Smithfield Foods, Borders Sporting Goods, Kim Fannin Mullins for Greenup County Clerk, Pat Hedrick for Boyd County Attorney, Healthy Way Pharmacy, Leith Clark Wealth Management Systems, and Wagner Rental and Supply. This has been an exclusive presentation of the Cool Hit Sports Network and Cool TV.